Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? Preserves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flame!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Hiccups on the way, but we are finally back, striking back stronger. This is Nerd 3.0, presented by none other than your War Drum Games. Welcoming you for the first ever match of today and the first streaming of this, new tournament 3.0 back on the cam. This is your girl Zero and my fellow caster Debbie up as well.
Yep, Zero I can feel the nerves, right? Because after
Stewards.
sort of a yeah, it's a hiatus. I would say it's a hiatus. We
Yep.
are back with
Yep.
Nerd 3.0, our favorite tournament so far, and of course we had a little bit of hiccups, like Jiwa mentioned in the first game. But now that we are back, we are gonna be seeing a true match into this second game so far. So why don't we introduce the teams, Jiwa?
Yep, definitely. Two of the I would say these teams are nemesis to each other, right? And they go so far behind, so long back. We can just tell. You might not be able to tell because of the new names, but it's just a new identity that they want to adapt. And bringing you on to my site, we have Team Sacred Shrine, also known as Anarchy before they change the name again. And we have on Debbie's side, Crux Requiem, also known as Tartarus. So before, two of the fan favorite teams, I would say, right, Debbie?
Yeah, especially when they are changing out into the names, they kind of feel like new teams, but they are the old teams, the OZ's teams that we have had the benefit of seeing them play those big tournaments so far, and now they are gonna be the second team facing against each other in this round robin. It's a best of 3 series, and of course we are gonna be seeing a lot of dramatic changes, a lot of dramatic games, because I feel like both of these two teams, they love going for those very micro heavy kind of heroes onto their side. So I feel like we will be understanding the bans coming through here from both of the sides.
Honestly, we just love seeing these two teams play because there's something about their gameplay that is, a bit different than other teams, I would say, because as you mentioned, micro heavy teams, right? But oh my goodness, right off the bat, Ben Satoru bringing out his favorite picks, I would say, the Lancelot, but don't you think it's a bit too early for that?
I feel like, Lancelot is a kind of hero in this meta where you want to prioritize it in the first phase. Even when you are onto the blue side, the next best thing has to be the Yi-Sin, which is already banned away by Crux Requiem. It's a very, very classy name, I would say, but I like it. It's a rebrand, so. But anyways, we have seen that the bans are in for both of the sides, and it's like the meta hasn't been shifted at all, because even though Sacred Shrine, they have the ability to get an assassin for themselves into the first phase, they actually ban out the Juicing, which means that they do not really want this hero onto the other side as well. Even though the threat for the mid lane is eliminated away, they still prioritize onto the assassins, which is very, very understandable. But Crux Requiem, they definitely have to go and revert back to these two picks. The CC is a no-brainer. You always have to pick out the CC. She's such a good hero into the lane. Every time you pick out the CC, you are bound to have a winning side.
Yep, certainly agreed with what you are saying, right? And Crux Requiem, yeah, going with the, Basha pick, the utility jungle on your side, going against an assassin whose, jungling speed is far more faster than any in the utility side. But overall, I do like that. Yeah, there's still a chance that the Basha is onto the EXP or onto the Roam, but overall, the picks apart from the Lancelot, I feel like the rest of them are still, quite on a bit. They go back a bit into the older times. So overall, it's kind of a mix between new upcoming meta and the old meta mixed up all together. But I do like the Kimi that is, getting picked up by Team Sacred Shrine altogether. I don't know, both the teams, their names are quite long and quite elegant to pronounce altogether. It's kind of like a tongue twister. But I do like the Selena as well. Overall, right now their team comp is a bit, one target kind of lineup that they are going at least.
That's actually true. Because right now I feel like Crux Requiem, they want to prioritize onto the mid lane first, and I can understand, I can see the reason why Sacred Shrine already banned away the Versa as well as the Jushin, because it kind of sets them, give them a leeway to have that priority onto the mid side, so they want a winning mid lane, which the Kimi can provide. And the Kimi is actually gonna be struggling against the Jushin or the Versa, especially the Versa, so it has to be taken away. And it's kind of a respect for the Eden as well, because he's such a good user of this particular hero. He can be a support, he can also be the artillery, so I think it's very understandable here that they ban out those misses, because it was so on point for Sacred Shrine to do that. But for Crux Requiem though, they kind of wants to go for a different kind of approach here. Like you mentioned, they are a single target hero. They do not have the best of the CC yet. Of course, it's gonna be the Selena who's gonna be landing all the heroes. That is the amount of stuns, amount of crowd control they have to be dependent on. But I feel like they also have the kill pressure. But the thing is, for a Selena to work really well, you wanna have that early game to the mid side, and it kind of, you kind of struggle when they have an assassin onto the other side as well as a Kimi into the mid lane, so they need a fast defender.
Yeah, of course. With a Selena, there is a risk of getting taken out when she has her abyssal arrow onto the target. Like all together, when there is a whole team fight going on, you have to have the head start so that you can go in, burst the target down, and then come back safe and sound. For that to happen, you have to, get that lead starting from early on. But right now, we do not see any, solid front line coming from Crux Requiem, which would guarantee the, Selena a breeze throughout the whole game. So I'm a bit, worried about their side, but they're keeping the last pick for either maybe the jungler or maybe the roam altogether, because the bot is still not, confirmed be jungle yet. But I do like that there is a new face on to the battlefield, the Natan out here, which is not quite picked out by often, but seems like Kilra is, quite confident on his Natan out there.
And it's true, right? Because when you ban out the assassins, you kind of give out a little bit of an advantage to your bots, right? They have to ban it away, but what are we saying?
Oh my goodness.
A very popular hero in the ranked games, especially even in Immortals. We are gonna be seeing the Alucard SF now, so there we have it. Our answer is there. The Baxia over it's
Baxia roam, Baxia other roam.
I feel like the Bucks include the few heroes, the few tank heroes which does well against the Kimi. So I feel like it's understandable. You have to just switch away and try to soak in the damage that the Kimi will be getting. But still, the question lies, right? They like a little bit of crowd control. They have to be so dependent on the ceiling as well as the arrows.
Yep, certainly the arrow from Selena and the curtain call from CC are the only type of crowd controls that they have. While for Sacred Shrine, they have the phobias up together, they have the Badang to group them up. So overall right now, one is a group fight oriented while the other is quite a bit single target. So overall, it comes down to the execution, because the team comps are just, just different from each other. So basically, we'll have to see. I feel like Kimi would be a major target for Selena, and he has to watch out for the arrows altogether. But if he does manage to pass all that, he should be able to dominate the game like how other Kimi does.
Yeah, definitely. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna be going into the Line of Dawn in this best of 3 series. It's round robin, and we have Sacred Shrine going against Crux, Requiem, and Jewel. I feel like it's so funny. It's not even funny. It's kind of it's kind of have a backstory because Crisis is playing against his previous teammates here.
Yeah, certainly test of fate, or maybe a play of fate. Who knows? But it's just how do I put this? You know all the tips and tricks for your former teammates, so you can kind of anticipate their next moves, which also goes the same for going against Crisis as well. So it's kind of 50-50 situation for your side, but overall right now, Art seems a bit too aggressive on his own.
Actually, the thing about the Badang is that you want to be as aggressive as possible into the early game, because when you have level 2, that's where you have to be able to make a lot of sets, and he was exactly doing that into that little fight as well, giving Van a free retribution, a free Lisa Wanderer, which will be able to give him a little bit of a level lead that they were looking for. So this is kind of a pressure that the Badang provides, but right now, Kimi though?
Kimi definitely looking for something, but not finding much as of now. He is on his way to get his level 4 so that he can start with the turtle fight around Van Satoru is already there circling, but his teammates are nowhere to be found as of now. But there he goes with the dash, and the Traction Pole secures the turtle, and the first blood to his name, followed up with taking down Alucard as well, which means it gives them an open space to invade their jungler right off the bat in the early game.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good start for a jungle like Alucard here. You really want to have that early game lead, and you don't really want to lose any kind of fights against a Lancelot here. So I think it's very, very crucial for them. But top lane, Crisis?
Crisis might start. Oh, solo kill by Kelra out here going for Crisis's neck. It's kind of necessary since it's a Granger. You have to start choking him from the early game. Otherwise, if he gets his stacks, it's gonna be game over, right? Because he's just gonna shoot his bullets all the way throughout the map, and you would be taken down in almost no time.
Oh, that was a solo kill down on the bottom lane here. Romcom was able to win against his supposedly counter of a CC, but that's actually giving Sacred Shrine the leads that they have to look for, because now that the lanes are actually, which is kind of surprising to see the leads, to say the least, because Crux Requiem, they were actually supposed to have a better time into their laning phases, and now the solo kills coming from Elra as well as Romcom is definitely going to be giving them the hype, giving them the map control all over. And this might eventually mess out with the rotations that Crux Requiem are trying to set for, because they do have an Alucard. You really want to give the Alucard a farm into the early stages of this game and let him have the snowball, because when you do not have those snowball, you kind of are deemed useless, because whenever you try to contest all those objectives, especially against a hero like the Lancelot here, who's bound to win any kind of retribution because of the help of the Stone Rose, it's actually gonna be hard here, because that now the set are in and Stando.
Definitely. Fist Crack coming in to post someone go away, but Bait is also quite low. Gets the double for Vensatoru once again with the turtle secured in his name. Overall, a really nice set coming in from Kimi with that traction pulse altogether, which is helping them quite a lot. And seems like the side laners are not struggling even a little bit, which gives them another advantage, right? So Alucard, he does have it quite hard for him, but no, right now Art might be in danger, but he still goes for it. Fist crack, and Kimmy gets taken out. Ooh, the arrow though, right on point. Art has to sacrifice himself, but a mega secured and a turret for the side of Team Sacred Shrine.
Oh no, this is actually very, very bad because it's only 5 minutes of this game. One turret down onto the top lane, especially the top lane, which is one of the most important lane that you really want to give away to the Granger here. And for Secret Shrine also, they are the team, they are the squad which have a better scaling for the late game as well. And this is actually a very, very bad game for Crux Requiem. Secret Shrine right now, Kelra with the Scarlet side will be able to have the damage dealt, but give me a look at the thunder.
Kimi is out a bit too much in the open. Vensaturu onto the backline as well, going for Eden maybe, but such is life. Has to back down, followed by Art and Romcom, zoning them out altogether. CC does manage to escape with a slither of HP, gets away, and does live another day. But there is the third turtle coming up, which leaves the question, will Crux Requiem fight for it? But Art, being aggressive, going for Eden, forces out the flicker from his hands, and Alucard, he might be in danger once again, though. There is the pursuit from Phobius followed up, but he has to get out in the hands of Eden, which is the Selena against the Phobius, though. But overall, Entropy forced out by Kelra, gets one out. CC just got away. Another slither of HP. Once again, the abyssal arrows are hitting quite a lot, honestly. But such is life. Going for kills, maybe. But Vensaturu goes in with the puncher, gets him out. Thorn Rose gets an unstoppable in his hands, which leaves the turtle secured once again. 3 turtles in a row.
Yeah, 3 turtles into the hands of heroes that's scaling a lot for the late game, and this is actually very, very good for Sacred Shrine. Right now they are playing this game for themselves, and this is what you want to do when you are on a lead and when you have a Lancelot. So I wasn't actually against having the first pick of the Lancelot because he's so prio as of now, and even with the builds as well, you can be so versatile. But Kimi though, caught again.
Kimi caught again. Once again, he has been quite straying away from his team a bit too early. Being a Basha, he does not have the CC, but flick the wall and a fist crack from Art. A perfect combo. Selena gets taken down, followed up by Romcom getting taken down in the hands of Kimi, followed up by Such's life in the hands of Kelra. That is 2 for 1 trade. That too, the EXP and the jungler for EXP for the jungler and the mage, which is quite a win for the side of Team Sacred Shrine.
It's always a win for now for Team Sacred Shrine because they have all the goals that they are required to have. And even if we compare the 2 junglers here, Vensaturu here, he have 2 level leads, 3 right now, and this is definitely going to be giving him a lot more spaces to move around, and he also got the damage but also the defense item. This is the importance of a Lancelot here because we can be so versatile on how you are building your hero in accordance to the composition of the opponents here. And right now he knows that they have a lot of damage into their hands. They have the Nathan, they have the Kimi, they have the late games, and this means that he can go for a semi-tank and be for objective takings, and he went for the brute force, which is a very, very wise decision for him to go as well, because you do not really want to get melted when you want to go for those objectives as well. But for such his life, he's gonna be struggling quite a lot because only war eggs into his hands. But Gimme again caught here.
Certainly, Romcom following up with his Inferno Pursuit all together, followed up by Venzator going in once again, but onto the backline though, unstoppable for Kelra. That is a double secured in his hands. Bid gets taken down in hands of such his life. He is going away, trying to fight for his life. Kelra in the hands of Crises falls down, but such his life gets taken out. Eden out here trying to escape from Venzator, who is quite low himself, which means Crux Requiem, they do secure their mid lane turret.
This is actually a very, very crucial comeback that's made by Crux Requiem here. And I feel like it all depends on the hands of Joseph, right? He was able to dive into the backlines and get his target on point, especially on Bid, but look at that's done.
Oh, Lord secured up perfectly with the help of the set coming in from Badang out here. And the Phantom Execution executing Kimi away, followed up by Selena right inside his own trap of Thorned Rose going down. That is 2 people down. And also Lord gone from their hands.
Oh no. I don't really want to see this kind of, situation where you're losing everything. And look at the bills here for Van Satoruven. He went for the War Axe and the endless battle for that extra true damage and 2 items that can be very, very defensive as well. But look at the dive again.
Oh, still going for it. All the damage, right? Legendary secured up. I would just say, despite having 2 defense items, his damage is not compromised at all. He's dealing a lot of damage because of the farm difference as well. It means that Sacred Shrine, they can kind of push through, but right now with 3 members down, they kind of need to fall back and, wait for them to come back so that they can engage in the team fight once again.
The thing, actually, there's a thing, right? Because if you look at Crisis here, even though he lose out onto the lane wise, he was able to get those farms up. He have the stacks on Sky Piecer as well, just one that's down, and he was able to continuously get kills onto Fate. Most of the time, the kills that he got were on Fate, and it just means that he got the most important kills that he can find that Crux Requiem can go for, and this is definitely going to be opening a lot of spaces for them. And if Crux Requiem play for Crisis as of now, they might be able to turn the tide around, but what can you do? Because there's a lot of gold that they have to catch up on. 5k gold lead into the hands of Sacred Shrine, and this is actually putting them so much onto the driver's seat that they have all the leads into the goal, they have the controls into the map, and they are actually setting up for the next Lord again.
Honestly, I think it's time for Team Sacred Shrine to, start freezing the lanes so that they avoid the Granger getting all the farm altogether. But it seems like they do want the one turret on top, the mid-tier turret, before they can start thinking again. But it's time for the Lord to spawn once again. So right now they are kind of preparing for the battle, but it might just start before they anticipate it. The teams are quite scattered around the whole map, but starting off, Romcom catching up, but in mid lane though, Kimi gets caught up by Art, finished up by Kelra, followed up by Bid getting taken down. Legendary for Van Satoru out here taking out CC as well, still going for a double kill in his hands. Such as life. Look at all the dashes out. Crisis going, and that is a triple, followed up by Maniac. Yep, definitely this match. And we get a Maniac right off the bat. Full team wipeout, which means that Team Sacred Shrine, they can go for they can go for the base right out without the Lord altogether. They have Nathan, which is gonna be helping out. Look at that! In a matter of seconds. Done and dusted. First match in their hands.
Wow, what are the chances? What are the odds that you'll be getting a maniac on your first day of War Drums, guys? This is one Satoru we are talking about on the Lancelot. And he's in playing alongside his new team, of course. This was such an amazing, amazing game that he played so far. Zero, that's the MVP, of course. And he went for the BOD in the end. No wonder there was a lot of damage onto his second skill. I know the Sword Rose was able to take down the HP so fast, and the dashes that he made, of course, that was such an available skill, which was really on point. Meanwhile, on to the other side, though, at the BU for Alucard, I feel like he's still not out there. You really want to pick out the Alucard when you do not really have when the opponent doesn't have a hero that have a very high card control, which the Badang have. And of course, the Foves was able to stop the Alucard most of the time. So Chachi's life is not having the greatest time of his life. And look at the damage. Van Sataro dealt 71,000 damage, which is 34% onto a semi-tank build to Lancelot. This is, why you should prioritize the Lancelot.
Yep, certainly quite a win. With as you said, right, compared to other type of damage dealt by a semi-tank lance, that is quite high. It's the outcome of having your team get the early game snowball. And sorry, Debbie, I'm black right now, but I'll be back with you. I'll be back with you pretty soon. So overall, what do you think? First match and just securing the maniac altogether.
I mean, it's like he was. The way he was playing for Van Sataro, I want to highlight this particular player here because he has been, underrated quite a lot, and he's so good onto the assassins as well, and he have been changing the squads now, but I feel like he found his new home. I would say it was very corny, but he was able to play so well. The spacing that the team does, and the way that even Fate and even Romcom, they were able to win out onto the lanes solo, which is, oh, there you are, you're back. Well, back to the
I
point though.
finally fixed it.
Yeah,
Finally fixed it.
finally
Yep.
fix it. Yeah, you know what? I feel like Secret Divine, a Secret Shrine. I mean, what Secret Divine?
Sacred
I'm
Shrine, yes.
yeah, they're just they just know, they just read out what they can do against Crux Requiem. And into the lane phase as well, they were winning out on both of the lanes, which means that the mid lane rotation cannot, will not be as heavy, as pressurized as they should be, right? And I feel like this just put so much of a pressure onto the Selena, onto Kimi, onto his Baxia most of the time, and I feel like this kind of stops them quite a lot. And the damage already coming on under 5 minutes of the game was just too much for Cruz Reclaim to handle, and you don't really want to give your Alucard a pressure, right? You want him to have that early game lead. Even just one kill under 1 minute could have been, sufficient for them to get that snowball rolling, because Alucard is like a hero that's very kind of a double-edged sword, because you can't really win into the late game, and you can't really win if you lose out onto the early game too. So yeah, they might not be picking up Alucard again.
It's quite complex. If I have to say, using the Alucard, you have to, be careful that you don't get picked off in the early game. And the thing is, you just build on the damage as you go on through. So once you don't, once your enemy figures that out, once they target you, once they take all your jungle, it's quite hard for you to get back on your feet, even if you have all the items all together, because by that time the your enemy is just out here bursting everyone out. And I kind of feel like there was a bit of a draft issue regarding Crux Requiem, because they were just too single target oriented, and they did not have enough CC to take the whole group down. While there was a Badang and a Phobius all together to for that chain CC and the sets, they did not have those. They did not, they were not up to that mark that they could counter all those CCs coming through, and they were just caught on in between all of those altogether.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You don't, for the pickup kind of composition, you really want to have that snowball, right? You really do not want to lose onto the lane as well, which was kind of a forced error coming across Requiem as well. Because into the drafting phase, I feel like a Secret Shrine, they were doing so good in stopping away all the assassins that can be a possible threat for the Nathan. Because when you want to handle against the Nathan, you want him against an assassin. You want to pick an assassin against him who can dive in, because Nathan doesn't really have that much of a defense, right? He's more of a sitting duck when you are on the assassin. So I feel like Secret Shrine, and they were drafting for Fate for Nathan here, and they were able to make it work. So this is kind of a game, a draft well played by Secret Shrine, more than a misdraft coming up from Requiem, because I could also see what kind of composition that they already also wanted to go for. It's just so unfortunate that it didn't work out. Maybe this time around we will be seeing a little bit of a crowd control here too, because now they have the first pick, they have the possibility to turn this around.
Yep, certainly there is certainly a huge possibility that they kind of steal the draft from Sacred Shrine altogether, not because they would want to reenact, but it just all works out. The whole draft works out. So overall, if you have a solid CC, someone to provide that solid CC, it's gonna be quite good for you to have it. But I was not a fan of the Bashik going on to the room, so head with that CC, right? Because if we compare CC, yes, she does deal a lot of true damage altogether, but since it is a group fight in tournaments like this, you would want to go for a XP which can double as a tank altogether, which is going to be soaking up all the damage, which is going to help you secure all the sets along with the tank. So overall, CC is not quite preferred for me, at least. So we do hope, but I do see a Gatot Kacha and an Alot getting banned out, which is quite both are quite understandable because they have a lot of CC, and the final sweep from Alot is quite a lot, and I think he's climbing the leaderboards as well. And Romcom does like to play the Alot, so overall it does work out. But final bans, there's a respect ban for Van Satoru, the Lancelot, and the Yushin out.
It's kind of a, if you want to rate the jungles, right, as of now, it has to be the Yushin and the Lancelot. So I feel like these two heroes will not be getting times, and I kind of thought that Crux Requiem here, they have the first pick, right? They could have gone for the Lancelot. Which was what I thought. But yeah, this time around they would not be going for the first pick Lancelot because they actually banned it away. And like you mentioned, the Arlet and the Gacha, a lot of setter heroes that is more of a comfort for the side of Romcom, is definitely one of a ban-worthy hero too as well. But the first pick coming through is gonna be the 1/1, making the Secret Shrine, stopping them in their tracks to pick out any kind of utility. But the thing is, I've never seen Van playing utility though. He's more of an assassin user kind of jungler. So he does have the possibility to pick up the Hayabusa here again, because even the Link is kind of a good counter for the 1/1, but you do not really want to pick up the Link because it's so bad in the jungle here in the farming speed. Okay, there we go. It was a no-brainer to say that the Hayabusa was about to appear onto the other side. You know what, Secret Shrine, they are so comfortable on their jungles, man. They directly first pick their assassins and they have no problem about it.
And the Zushin, with the climbing leaderboards of Zushin once again, she has been quite a menace. Every time I've met her, every time there's a team fight going on, she does have a lot of CCs in her hands. And Ray is probably in the chat as well. If there's a Lucian, Ray's already there. But shout out to Ray. Overall, I do I do like the Hayabusa getting picked out, but oh, Barca. Interestingly enough, two huge ranged mates secured by both of the teams, and the Badang is this time onto the side of Crux. Requiem might be on the EXP, might be onto the roam. So overall, it does work out. Seems like the team here is trying to play around Crises once again, hopefully helping him get the snowball, which is going to be helping him quite a lot. So we'll see what Team Sig is trying. Oh, of course. Hoping for the Lapu Lapu, right?
Yeah, it's just that I feel like, the Farsa, even though it's a good hero most of the time, when the hero is in meta for so long, you have ways to try to counter it. And Secret Shrine have two ways to counter out the Farsa, right? And they have one for the 1-1 here too. So you really have to be confident on this hero, especially when you are against this kind of composition. So I feel like the Farsa is gonna be having a lot on his plate. He's gonna be pressured quite a lot. But the thing is, if he is able to play around his own counters, he might be able to set the tide around for Requiem here. Because even though it's kind of hard to play the Farsa against the Hayabusa, you really have to be careful, right? If he targets the 1-1, then you have your openings there. But then again, it comes the Lapu Lapu too. So, Curse Requiem, they have to be very, very mindful of what they're gonna be doing because their DPS are in serious problem here. But the thing about them, about their third pick is that the Badang coming into play, right? The Badang does really well with the settings, with the disengage also, and it's kind of a hero where you wanna stay in the fight most of the time, even though you don't have those fist crack. When you have the walls, they are enough. So it's still very understandable that they are willing to risk everything out.
Yep, certainly well said. I do like that the Esmeralda is banned out for being the counter of Lapu Lapu altogether, and another utility jungle out, the Fredrine, which is quite a good pick, but a Joy out here followed up by a Glue against a Lapu Lapu in the EXP probably, and a Joy up against the Hayabusa. Not sure though, because in a whole scenario, we do know that Hayabusa does much better than Joy because of his shadows altogether. When she's coming with your electrifying beats, he can just vanish off, he can just run away. So I'm a bit confused why they would go for that, but pick off hero this time, picked up by Art, the Jawhead. After a long time in this meta.
Actually, you really want to pair up the Jawhead together with heroes that can be a one-setter, especially those Beatrix, the carries, or even the Bruno. You really do not see the Nathan and the Zohunt being picked together here, but I can sense the aura from here, because it's just that they have that momentum already into the first game where they played so well against the Nathan, with the Nathan, that they are willing to go again for the second round into the hand of fate, of course. Kelra, right? So, okay, Zohunt might eventually be working out, but you know what? This time around, Crux Requiem, they have the better crowd control here, just because they have the Badang, which Secret Shrine had into the first game, which they were able to win on. So we'll have to see how it's going to be turning out, because the composition is completely overlapping against each other, and there's kind of a change up in their hero as well. So what can we say? Execution is what matters, because Secret Shrine, they are one one game ahead than Crux Requiem. Will they be able to drag this to the third game?
Yep, certainly it is a match point for Crux Requiem. Even if it's a round robin format, you would want to, get that point and get a head start ahead from other teams. So when there is a tougher opponent out, you can, use the chance to get back a bit. But right now, second match. This is match 2, game 2 of this best of 3. First match secured by Sacred Shrine altogether. This time, the question is which team will get it? Will Crux Requiem have the early game that they lost in the first match? Or will Team Sacred Shrine secure the same win once again with the same method? But right now, does seem like a lot of skirmishes and poking games that is happening.
That's what you really do not want to do to the early game. Look at the displacement already done by a bit here onto the juice, and I feel like this guy is so comfortable on the kind of heroes that he's put on, and he's able to do it so well. But look at the stun though. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Early flicker, man. That's a very, very big resources wasted for the hands of Sacred Shrine, and I feel like this is such a good start for Kimmy as well. Because into the first game, right, he onto the box side, he was always caught in between the boosters where he was trying to give out vision and so giving a little. But look at that though.
oh my goodness, that is a throw from Art Kimmy. Poor guy, he just got the first blood from Romcom all the way from EXP lane out here.
Yeah.
One guy is getting displaced by 2 people, Zushin and Jawhead altogether. He needs to be a bit more careful that he's getting ejected into the space. But overall, that was quite a good start. Taking out the roamer before the turtle spawns, right? So overall, gonna be denying him his level 4. But right now, turtle started off by Van Satoru this time. Crux Requiem, they they are not in the position to fight for it at all. But Kimmy, okay, never mind. Turtle secured up by Van Satoru. There he goes with his quad shadow. Glue is onto him, but that is a farsa. Getting out Art is quite low. That is a follow-up by Joy, such as Life takes him out. But displacement coming in from Zushin and Alant, and he gets away though. Being the assassin that he is, a bit trying to maybe secure a kill. Van Satoru out here, but he does not have his Shadow kill to take out such as life, which means he has to get back. That is followed up by Romcom on to Glue, a bit too less HP, but he still gets away. Just in time.
Oh, just in time. The fights were so long that Art was able to respawn and be back onto the team fights if necessary. But that was such a good escape coming in from 27 there. He was able to walk away, and this is kind of what the Glue does. He can be annoying at times and also win out into those team fights time again. But onto the top lane though, it's kind of a little bit of a different scenario that we have seen so far. And Nathan losing out a bit, but look at that dash.
Oh, definitely dash out here. Arts get taken out. Art is out by Eden this time with the Farsa, which is helping them quite a lot. Followed up by Bit getting out as well. Romcom does seem like he's getting a bit in trouble with Glue sticking up all up his blades, but altogether, I think the team comp is definitely working out for Crux Requiem, although Entropy popped out. There is the ejector coming in, such as live, but just got taken out. Underestimating the pick-off ability of Jawhead is not something you would want to do right now. Kimmy trying to go for a set, maybe. There are 4 people. And going after Glue, there's Van Satoru going with the dive. Goes for the Shadow kill. Eden is out, followed up by Kimmy, and has a bit. That is 2 people down before the second turtle once again. That is uncontested for the side of Sacred Shrine.
It's gonna be a free turtle boom secured again, and I feel like this is gonna be giving the side of Secret Shrine a little bit of a head at this point, but look at that though. There's a lot of defense mechanism coming in from the side of making real. Look at him.
Certainly. Art once again in the hands of such as life. That was not a good approach to go for the jungle in mid when there are heroes such as Farsa, which is good for zoning. There's the glue, which is going to be helping you get off, right? But right now, Bit is forced to use up his lantern flare to get away from the fist crack. So overall, 2 resources wasted off for both the teams. But Romcom has another plan. Crisis just gets out. Solo kill against a fighter. Can't really do anything if he does not have the fun. But oh, look at that art though, going inside. That's 3 people after such as life gets out. Supposedly securing the top lane turret in your name.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that was a little bit too hard for a Joy to play against because you really can't go in when there is a Joe head with the ejector most of the time, and it just kind of counters you a lot. And this is just giving such is life a little bit of a disadvantage at this point, and I feel like he can do so much more with this hero, but he isn't able to do it because there is this wall standing in between him and his target, and it's always Art right there, knowing fully well what he can do with this hero that he's picked up so far. But looking at the goal lead though, it's actually still good for Crisis here onto this 1-1-2. He was able to have a level lead, a goal lead too at this point, and I feel like they will be able to play around him much more easier if they are willing to do it so far. But the thing is though, the mid is actually in trouble here because the map control is definitely into the hands of Secret Shrine, and they are using it to their full advantage as well. And look at that Kimmy though, with the conceal. He wants to do something here.
Conceal won't help him though. He's stuck between 4 people, but no! Of course, such as life secures the turtle with the dash, but he will be losing his life though. Not a good trade coming in, but glue onto the backline for the going for bait out here. Crossbow tank popped up by Crisis. Art gets taken down once again. But Kelra avenging his team, getting even out. That's 3 people down, going for 4 people, but oh, Eden flies off with his wings by wings. Romcom going for the chase. Eden, though, oh my goodness, he does get after Eden, but Crisis is there to help him. He does not have his crossbow of tank, but he is getting stopped out, and he gets a shutdown from Crisis. This time, playing around the 1-1 is helping them quite a lot.
Yeah, I feel like that's a big shutdown, you know, for to give away to Crisis here, the worst possible member you want to give against. So this has to be giving him a little bit of a lead as well. So right now, I feel like the only way that their win condition is that if for Crux Requiem especially, is that if they play for the marksman and stuff now, because 1-1 is necessarily used for the mid game more than the late game, because if they go to the very late game, it's gonna be a struggle because Kelra onto this Nathan with 0 deaths still with 4 kills already is in trouble. Look at that though, Bit.
Bit, oh my goodness, caught up by Crisis. That's a killing spree, but Art going for Crisis. That's a shutdown in his hands, and Trophy popped up by Kelra, melting out glue. Ben Satoru onto Eden, and Farsa is quite helpless, but she does get away. But no, Kelra gets a shutdown from Joy right onto the back line, catching him off guard, and the slap coming in from glue onto Romcom. He is quite low though, gets taken out. Such as life, maybe making a mistake by diving inside, but no, look at Kimmy with the flicker wall combo getting him out. Romcom gets out as well with the help of Art, and thus that is 1-for-1 trade for both the teams. Not 1-for-1, but there's a lot. But you know, the thing is, both the teams spawned, and it's almost time for the Lord. Ooh, bottom lane 1 versus 1, such as life. Oh, he's running for his life. Look at that, going in between them, but all of the resources used up, even in trophy for 1 person by 5 people. but that is quite a good trade given that that was a jungler out in the type of lord. So overall, but there is a chance of crises, bursting them all out. So they have to be careful. But bit, look at that art crossbow of Tang onto art. Crisis does pop it out, but ooh, it is bit that is gonna be falling in the hands of crises, which means they have to wait on the lord. It's gonna be a disadvantage for their side, but Art does not have the mana to get away as well. Entropy popped up by Kelra. Look at Crisis and his HP. Oh my goodness, that was just by 0.5. A lot of chains of damages and follow-ups coming in, which is honestly getting a bit hard to follow myself as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually so close for Crisis to be able to survive with that sliver of HP, and he was able to do so. Bottom to the mid side, Romcom has to walk away with the Bravest Fighter, which was used defensively here. But the Lord is still up to no Bravest Fighter just yet. Maybe they will be able to find a way to
Satoru, Van. Spots out by Eden though, but my goodness, no, the Lord does get secured up by such as life. That was a good attempt, but Kelra gets taken out. That is 2 people down already. They need to get back a bit as well. Roncom is quite too early, but he does get out to take Eden, followed by Van Satoru. He does have his Obi try to kill, so he might just be able to burst it down. Crisis not forced. That was a klutz. Wind of Nature out, which means Satoru can probably take him out, but no bit. Oh, look at that Joy dealing a lot of damage. That is 3 people in mid lane missing out on the big blade. Roncom, not a good positioning, but right now the threat is the Lord that is marching on to the top lane.
There might be another stun coming through. Gimme with the set was able to get
Another
it
stun. Oh my
no! 1 kill!
Look at that! Okay, he just spun out, but he got away. He did have to use his flicker though. So Isis is being a menace for Sacred Shrine this time. That was not a good idea, keeping the 1-1 open for their side. So
I mean, I feel like they just I see the vision there. You really want to have the higher against the 1-1, so it was fine for them. But look at Art though.
Oh, still going on in between, but he might be mishandling his positioning. Look at that. Too much melt coming in from Crisis, securing a double all the way back. Kelra is forced to go back as well. All of the 5 people remaining for the side of Crux Requiem, while 2 of them are down once again, over and over, especially Art with that jawhead. He's just not too tanky enough to tank all the damages that is coming. Good for pickoff, but a bit like a paper when it comes to soaking up all the damage.
Yeah, that's exactly what Chris Requiem also know. Because look at the builds coming through from Crisis already, almost a full build. He might be opting to go for a little bit of a defense item, especially onto the magic defense side, because you do not really want to be picked up most of the time, and most of the gold that they have accumulated are into the hands of Crisis too. 11k already onto the hands of the 1-1, which is definitely what you do not really want to see. But Romcom, on the other hand, he built up this Winter Crown so as to stop the Crossbow of Tank, because of course you can stop the Crossbow of Tank most of the time with the Winter Crown, but the attack speed coming on already for Crisis is too much for them to handle most of the time, and he's just so free hitting at this point. Even the Van Satoru wasn't able to find the right angle to take down Crisis, because he's just so behind onto those team fights, because he does have the range, because he got the big gun, which does give a little bit of a penetration wise too. And right now the Lord is already up. None of the teams are ready to start it just yet, but maybe here we might be seeing something too.
Yep, definitely Crux Requiem, right? Going for the zone this time. Roncom trying to penetrate in between, saying with Art as well, resetting the Lord is the way to go because anything can happen right now already starting off bit. He needs to position well because there is a joy that can come in between and burst you down. So you have to be careful. But right now, Vensatoru, he's playing it safe, not showing himself out while his team is out there sacrificing themselves right now. And Trophy popped out by Kelra. That is a fist crack onto the wall. Art is all, Romcom is all the way back. He gets taken out, followed by Kelra, killing spree for Joy, and a godlike for Crisis followed up. That is forced Bid and Van to go back inside their base this time. Oh, 1-for-1? Maybe, but right now, oh, look at the dive coming in from such a dive. He might be making a mistake though right now. He gets the shut down from Bid. And it's going to be helping them quite a lot. The clearing though, Satoru popped out, but Bid as well. Full team wipe out this time for the side of Sacred Shrine. There is Lapu Lapu is out, but I don't think they would be able to. No, they do not. Oh, close
God.
call.
Guys, we are having game number 3 as of now, all into the hands of Crisis. We would have thought that this game would have been a doom game for a hero like the 1-1 when you go against a hero like the Hayabusa. Or even the Lapu Lapu, I would say. But then again, there's so much spacing that was provided to him into the early game most of the time, and a lot of crowd control given to him from Kimi as well. There's just a lot of damage already onto his hands under 10 minutes of this game, which is definitely something that he was using to his whole full potential, and even was a Toro as well. He wasn't able to find the right placements of his shadows so that he'll be able to take down the 1-1, but nope. Crisis was like, yeah, I'm feeling it tonight. The grandeur might not work, but my 1-1 is still out there. He does a lot of damage as well. A lot of team participation too, because he was able to win out into the lane, was able to lane quite well against the Nathan, was forcing him back most of the time. And look at that, man, 90k damage. He was doing so well, better than the Nathan can do into this game. So yeah, when you ban out the assassins, you do not really see the 1-1 being picked away when there's a threat to become to see an assassin onto the other side, especially the Hayabusa. But yeah, what can you do when you are untargetable in this kind of heroes? There's no answer that Sacred Shrine could come up with. But this time around, yeah, we're gonna be going into the final game, the third game. This is gonna be interesting too.
Yep, it's the match point for both the teams. I mean, I was quite skeptical about the 1-1 myself, but Crisis just proved both of us wrong with the 1-1 play. And I would like to commend Joy as well, going up against the Hayabusa. He was doing the utmost greatest dive in ever bursting out bit. And also Art, his the reason why I don't like pick off in this meta is because compared to the new the new roamers, the Badang out there, the Gatot they are quite tanky, but compared to those, I feel like the pick off heroes are a bit too less tanky. So they get melted out pretty fast. And if you don't have a solid XP laner who's gonna be soaking up all the damage, I don't think going for a pick off hero is the option. But I do like the confidence that he wanted to, maybe play around the marksman this time once again. But that was all crushed out when Crisis was having his way with the 1-1 altogether. So overall, I yes, there is a equal chance for both the teams to get this match. Now, the execution was quite commendable for the side of Crux Requiem this time, playing a lot aggressive, if I have to say, making Sacred Shrine fall off a bit compared to the first match, maybe just giving a head start onto their side. But I am pretty much excited about the third game because anything can happen right now. And the team who's gonna be, drafting the whole game, who's gonna be winning the draft, are gonna be having a bit more advantage as well. So I feel like they should be banning out Crisis as 1-1 and maybe go for the same tactic they went in the first game. Choke down all the assassin heroes, force them to pick out a utility, rotate around their gold more, choke them down, while Vance Hatoru is out here playing the assassin that he's comfortable, so that the side laners can have a better time, which is gonna be helping them in the mid to late games.
Definitely. And now that they have teams up into the pick phase as well, Crux Requiem will be going to the second pick. And I feel like they have more of a chance to try to counter out all those picks that can come from the side of Sacred Shrine when they are into the second picks. But into the first game, the draft, they were not favorable for them too. But this time around, with the seriousness that they have bring onto the table, onto the second game, I feel like this will be a serious one at this point. The bans coming through, Sacred Shrine taking away the first star. Of course, you have to take away the first star onto the blue side because you did not really give it away. Even with the answers, so even with the counter, so Eden was able to play it so well. So I feel like this is not a chance that Team Sacred Shrine did not want to lose to. The same bans already in as well in the game 1-2. The Juicing not gonna be used anymore with the unsuccessful win we can to the second game. They have to take it away as of now. I will not be surprised if they stick to the same bans that they can come to, because even Crux, they are actually the one taking away the Gatot Kasa as well as the Arlo, which they did into the second game. And there we go, the 1-1 respect guy coming in. Crisis, what will he be bringing into the table this time?
Certainly. So I was thinking, because the cutout for Farsa is just too out there that I could not pay attention to if it was a Farsa, but it is quite a good band that they are going for the 1-1 and the Arlot all together. So overall, once they're getting banned out by Crux Requiem, interesting enough, they do not want to make the same mistake that they made in the first game. So right now, what will Sacred Shrine pick? Maybe a jungler as a first pick once again?
Yes, not.
Oh, what is this?
Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. The Yisensin is much of a safer choice, but if you play a Yisensin against a Lancelot, you are definitely not going to be having a good time. But there we go, the Kalea already picked away. Definitely in good hands. Kimi loves playing the pick-up heroes, the setters, these kind of heroes that he wanted, which was consistently banned away. Now that it's completely left open, it's kind of safe to say that he's going to be picking up into the first phase. No matter what he's going to be doing, whatever picks coming through, I feel like Fate this time around has to bring a marksman that can bring the Purify, because you do not want to get caught with the Tsunami Slam, because yeah, that's just too much for you to handle. You're gonna be blasted down with both one. But then again, no Lancelot so far, because Crux Requiem, they wanna prio onto the mid side first, because of course you wanna give either one of his support hero, because in this kind of meta where the mid lane is more prioritized, the XP in the mid lane has much more priority to the early game, because you wanna have the gold lane and dead lane, because you really want to see them farm for the late game. But it all depends on the hands of the XP laner and the mid rotation, how you win out onto the early game so far. So yeah, this time around Kimi works really well into the hands of Crux
You know what I think? I'm kind of leaning towards a. Oh wait, interesting. I kind of smell a ruby gold this time from Kildra, which
Oh,
I do know that he does like to play gold on ruby, so might work out. The Arlord is banned out, so they can't really do the Arlord and ruby combo. But if that is a ruby gold, I think it works with Wise's having the range, right? So it kind of makes up for the range that they are lacking. But right now, ooh, Hayabusa this time picked up by Crux Requiem. Interesting. That was quite
uh,
valid
it's
because
valid.
apart from Wise's, they don't really have another good jungler, which is which is on par at this point in this meta at least.
The fact that they completely ignore the Lancelot and pick out the Hayabusa just means that they really do not want to mess around. They just want the damage, and of course, when you have a Kalea, you want an insta burst onto their side, whether it may be from the gold side or the mid side or the jungler. It works really well here. So I feel like they have this kind of thing going on for them. They want an insta kill. They do not want to drag the team fights all along, and they just want to have that leech onto those pick off kinds. But the thing is that Crux Requiem, they're gonna be requiring a little bit of a tanky frontliners, a damage circle into the hands of E7 here, because if not they might actually struggle onto these objective picks as well as team fights. But there are so many options that they could go for here because oh wait, okay, Secret Shrine, they ban away the glue with some nuisance into the second game, which they happen to fail to take down most of the time, which was kind of also a winning condition that has Crux Requiem. So stopping out all those bans through, they might eventually ban out another XP heroes here, because look at them though, Crux Requiem, they are actually the one banning out the Valentina, even though they already revealed that they might eventually be to the mid side, because if it goes into the goal lane, I'm not sure. So mid lane can be valid. So they might actually want to go for something that have a very, very big ultimate.
Usually when we see a Valentina on the ban, it's usually a Lucas or a Framis that is out. So overall, I'm thinking which hero are they trying to go for, because none of them seem to fit in the current role unless you want to go for a Lucas onto the EXP. But the possibility of that happening is quite low. So I guess we'll find out when they pick it up. But right now, Moskov getting banned out. It does seem like the Ruby is on gold. Bit. Oh no! No way we forgot the floating tin can. No way we forgot that. But
Okay.
you need.
Yeah, they do need a damage circle, right? Because if you be the distractor, there can be a surprise attack coming out from the Kalea most of the time. So I feel like this is understandable. But I do also understand why the Moskov ban was coming through here from the side of Secret Shrine. You do not really want to give away the Moskov and the Kalea combination together. When you let go of the Kalea, you have to get away the potential combination here.
Oh
Again,
my
the
goodness!
hearing. A very, very good hero to go against the Uranus, and also a neutralizer for the Hayabusa as well. But you might be lacking a lot of damage into the early game. Crux Requiem still have the lead into the early stages of this game and ever. So I mean, it's kind of an older meta version, right? You always see the Uranus going against the Esmeralda. No one losing, no one actually winning. It's just a dead lane. So it's a battle of who's the better damage circle here for the XP side.
My goodness, I have not seen Bit play Lunox in so freaking long that I forgot that Lunox exists. I mean, until and unless it's someone signature pick, Lunox is not seen yet. Again, Bit, he likes to play around the team rather than going for full damage. So it's kind of surprise for me at least that he picked up the Lunox. But overall, it's gonna be helping them, burst down the tanky heroes, which in this case is the Uranus if they're trying to go after. But it's not recommended anymore because the guy just exists to soak up damage, and with the revitalize, just too much. So you have to ignore him and focus on the other teams. So overall, the Lunox is immune to Kalea with her light ult anyway, and the Hayabusa of course. So I think it does work out for a position in the mage section, especially when you need someone who can deal a burst damage and also have low cooldown. So overall, quite interesting pick by Crisis as well on that Beatrix going after the Ruby. It might be a make or break combo at this point because the damage is gonna be dependent on Yishinshin and Lunox, so they have to be careful with their positioning as well.
Yeah, definitely right. And this might be personal preference, but Crux Requiem with the Beatrix and the Kalea combination, I really like their draft much better. But we're gonna be seeing here for the last game of this best of 3 series, ladies and gentlemen. We have Secret Shrine versus Crux Requiem into this third and final game. Who's gonna be winning the first game of the Nerd 3.0? We're gonna be seeing into the Land of Dawn. Let's see who have the better chances and having the first win.
Yep, definitely this time. Oh, I do like that Eden rotated towards the EXP to help boost the to help boost the Uranus out as well. So but right now, oh, that is 2 people caught up by Art though. It's not just live. Art get really low first blood in the hands of Uranus. Out here, Eden falls down though in the hands of Ben Satoru. Kimi might be next, but he does flicker away. So overall, 1-for-1 trade this time coming in, but Romcom, he might be in danger. Gets out in the hands of such as life. That is 2 kills already.
I mean, you can't really expect that much of a participation for Hayabusa into the lane because he's not yet getting his purple buff, which is in danger as of now because look at that, it's one Satoru stealing it away. So this is definitely going to be giving him the level 4 and not so much for such a slot. He got the kills, but he lose out for the chances to get to the level 4. And you do not really want to give the early game into the hands of the Yi Shin. You want to be ahead of him most of the time because you do not want him scaling for the late game, especially for the first hurdle. So this is going to be very dire for the side of Crux Requiem to secure this first hurdle, or else they might be eventually getting the snowball out of hands. But look at the Uranus though. This man, 27, he's just, standing there and just giving out wins and not taking any kind of damages here.
I am not even gonna talk about the Uranus because he just exists to soak up the damage.
Now you're okay.
He just exists to soak up the damage go round, but right now look at that tsunami slam onto Kelra. He gets out. Art is not level 4 yet, so he has to go back. But Turtle secured by Van Satoru this time. Hopefully. But no, they have to escape. They are quite low. Lunox out here trying to burst, but nice double kill. Oh, Robcom falls down as well. A full team 1-1-1 all almost out except for Van Satoru. It's not looking great. 1-6 score and a 2k lead in the hands of Crux Requiem out here.
Yeah, that was a very early rotation coming out from Crisis as well. He even committed to the flicker, so he's definitely going to be having those kills. That's very necessary as well. And looking at the goal lead also, he's actually in the lead in comparison to the mid so far, but look at that.
Oh, 2 people onto 1 person. Crisis, he still survives that massacre because not enough damage in the early game, so they have to be careful. But if there was bid,
What?
I think they could have bursted out. But Kelra, manages to get away with the help of Flicker, and wasting out a major resource. But still, he gets to live his day. But right now, Satoru is forced. He is getting interrupted by that floating tin can once again. There's 3 people, but he knows that he won't be bursted down unless they kind of commit to it. So they have yeah, we're just gonna ignore that guy and focus on to the bottom lane where Kelra is getting marked by 3 people out here. Kimi going with these intention of tsunami slam, but he will be backing off as Art is there to help Kelra still turtle onto the bottom lane.
It's like, when you see a fighter into the lane, you would have thought that he's gonna be the one better in the rotation, but it's just, it's just...
But look at that tsunami slam onto Kelra, getting him away. Bensator is forced to get back. Same with Bid as well. The turtle is forced to reset from comp. He does have his full HP,
What?
which is, oh my goodness, what just happened? I thought, oh my goodness, Uranus. One Uranus. Of course, it's the Uranus that he might just be getting a double kill, but no, he does get away. He gets taken out, gets punished for his deeds. But really, you can't burst that guy down. You can't ignore him. What are you supposed to do with a Uranus? Just ban him out. But yeah, that's just my personal opinion right now. But look at that, such is life. Gets away though, Romcom. He's been doing a phenomenal job rotating, but the thing is, they do not have enough damage since it's the early game overall. So they have to be careful. But
Okay.
Good one out there, Kimi, taking out.
Yeah. He wasn't able to sustain that much. Even the Kalia is one of the not the best sustainer here. You are also a support kind of hero, so that's definitely a great pickup coming in. But Sacred Shrine, in one look, you would have thought that they were actually into the back foot because of how much the Uranus was able to jump them out, get as well, and not die in the process too. But this time around, Sacred Shrine with a little bit of a clapback that they did, because Romcom was able to sustain that much. He was able to get out the damage done too and have the possible target. In one point of a team fight also, you could see him able to drone out Crisis at most point because he is the main damage dealer. But when he gets drawn away, you do not really definitely have that damage, but he has to walk away from that. So yeah, that was a very, very close call. He could have fallen down, but still enough for them. Whereas Will already into the hands of Crisis, he got a Malefic gun, which he have the range, but he also have the penetration. Once you get the BOD, it's gonna be a little bit hard for Secret Shrine to target.
Also, the fact that there's no one to jump onto the back line, except if Bid does the flicker combo, but it kind of keeps him in a vulnerable position. But right now, that is 2 different type of priorities for both the teams. Crisis, he manages to get away because there was no one to follow up that face crack coming in from Art. But right now, seems like the map control is also split between as well. Uranus finally getting what he needs to get, getting busted out with the EXP out. The turtle should be an easy task to get for the side of Sacred Shrine and get even with the economy as well. Currently, no gold lead, just all evened out, which means there is a 50-50 chance that either of the teams can take this game.
The thing that's actually weird is that, Crisis, that's a flicker being baited out as well, just for a little bit of a survivability, but it was actually a good one. But yeah, back to the point though, you would have thought, never mind, look at that.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Kelra getting taken out. Bid is following up as well. He is supposed to use out the flicker, followed up by Art and Romcom jumping in between that as 4 people, but Not enough damage. Van Satoru out here, he can't really do much. He does not have his mountain shocker, so they have to fall back. Not a good time for Kelra. Despite being a ruby, he does lack a bit sustainability and lifesteal, if I have to say so. He does need to farm up a bit more. But right now, Mountain Choco onto Eden, forced out. Oh, the HP. Just too much. He just got away, and that is good for Crux Requiem. But still, right now, overall, what can I say here, honestly? Because the teams are just going around brawling out once more. Look at that, Kimmy forced to go back as well. Fist crack perfectly connecting onto two people. Kimmy gets taken out, followed up by Crisis. Finally, the Beatrix is out from dealing all those damage. Mountain Shocker used up by Van Satoru, followed up by Uranus getting melted out. Even bit by bit, he is still going inside. A huge mistake followed up by Hayabusa getting the unstoppable onto Bit, getting him out, but he's the only person remaining, so he can get away while Team Sacred Shrine go for the Lord. But Roncom is after Hayabusa. Chasing him away, though, is something that you should do. Apart from all that, seems like... Oh, wait, never mind. The team is back. It means... Oh, it's a game of retribution right now. Purify, used up. Oh, yep, definitely. Lord secured this. Not a successful attempt for Hayabusa. Out here, Crisis falling down. He just got up, but he fall down once again. Such is life in the shutdown, followed up by a double kill, triple kill for Kelra. But Bit just took his maniac away. Report this guy, get him away. Get him off from the Lunox. But overall, I think that was a huge turn of events right now.
Yeah, a huge ton of events, of course, for the side of Secret Shrine. They were able to find every bit of benefit that they could all over the map already. A lot of gold into the hands of Mr. Von Satoru here, the 4 bills already, but that's an armor fan that being connected to the Lord. Matching in into the mid lane, and they will be able to defend it. No Holy Blessing just popped, so this is gonna be a disciplined game coming on from the side of Secret Shrine, because they cannot actually exactly brute force their way into it, but onto the bot side though. There was a 1v1 situation, and it was such a live taken very low. He doesn't actually use the shadow kill, so it was actually a great way for Von Satoru to try to get a kill on him, but unfortunate. But still, a lot of gold accumulated by Sacred Shrine. They have a scaling hero onto their hands. They have their way to fight back onto those old kind of damages coming through from the side of Crux Requiem. But the thing is, it all comes down to one fight that can be made by Kimi here. If he gets the perfect targets onto the perfect member, most preferably Van Satoru, then he might be eventually be successful in turning the tides around for this game. So this is gonna be actually dire, but the thing is already there's a lot of ways to immune those tsunami slams.
Yep, certainly a lot of way, but right now, that is not a good position for Uranus to be in, but they do take out Bit, so that is a 1-for-1 trade. With the game going towards the late game, Crisis is gonna be a bit of a menace, but same as the Lunox as well. Tsunami Slam onto Kelra, I believe, but he does get away because he does have a lot of lifesteal. Killing spree for Romcom on to Beatrix. Mountain Shocker as well. This might be the final stretch because Kimi is also down as well, but there is the inhibitor remaining with the Lord about to spawn in 25 seconds. The team needs to get more and more careful the more late the game gets. You wouldn't want to stretch the game too much onto the late, because it's gonna be more harder for you. But right now, Ronko might be in a dicey position. He does have his sustain, so wasted ult for Hayabusa and a safe space for the team to start with the Lord and almost end it in a jiffy. There we go. Lord secured up by Sacred Shrine.
Yeah, Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a lot that can give them a lot of inhibitors here if they play their cards right. If they're syncing all the lanes that they wanted to, they might eventually be able to take out all the inhibitors as well. But the thing is, this is not really an evolve a lot just yet. So with two marksmen to the side, Crux Requiem might eventually be able to defend this one this time around. And looking at the build so far, already into the hands of Crisis, has gotten the Sea Halberd as well as a BOD, which is a main damage dealing potential for them as well. But there's a much more damage coming through from the side of Vanzatoro. But look at the Lord onto the mid side, and even 27 might be in trouble.
Yep, definitely. The assault from all the sides is not helping them quite a lot, but UISs, that was quite a good Tsunami Slam coming in from Kimi. Lord is in the base. They might be targeting the base right now with Ronkon going all the way back with... Oh, look at that. Ogishadow kill to clear out the minutes. Bit gets taken out. That is 3-4-3 right now. Kelra are quite low. Roncom is out here shielding them, but they have to go back, hopefully. Or maybe they are trying to end it out as well because they're quite low. Crisis gets out. Unstoppable for Roncom. That is Kimi popping out his inhibitor. Double kill. Not inhibitor, immortality. Sorry.
Wow.
Oh, but...
Play coming out from Cross Requiem, right? As well as Romcom too. But we might be seeing another engage.
Definitely Odd getting taken out in the hands of Hayabusa. This time followed up by Kelra. Total shutdown. Double kill for Hayabusa out here. Romcom is the only one to get away. A bit overextension, I would say. Or maybe a fast follow-up from Crux Requiem.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, they just have the ways to try to re-engage, and it was unfortunate that Crisis died right there into the hands of Romcom, which was also a good movement coming out from Romcom there with the Esmeralda, with the star, falling Starman. He was able to do that. But yeah, this is a little bit of a breathing space for Crux Requiem right now, because now they have a way to come back. The situation was actually dire. You would have thought that 3 inhibitors would be down and the base will be completely left alone, and it will be a win situation for the side of a Secret Shrine. But one little mistake, a little bit of a statement coming in, of a stay coming in from the side of Secret Shrine, just turned the tide around. But they were able to stop it from crumpling down. So this is actually putting them in a little bit of a 60-40 kind of situation right now, with Sacred Shrine having the advantage. Not the biggest that they had in this game so far, but still an advantage. But look at that.
Oh, the damage is too much, and the Tsunami Slam was just on point from Kimi to take out Kildra, which was sustaining a bit too much. Lunox is forced to use out his power of order as well, but he does have his power of chaos. So overall, right now, Kimi is on to Vansatoru, which gives them a mega in their hands. Not a good position to be in, given that there is a Lord out right now. Though, look at Odd getting set between 2 people. Takes him out as well. Eden and Crisis is out, but such is life as well. He is juggling between, but that was quite a good clapback coming in, because that is a lot delayed as well. Such as, oh my goodness, the flicker in front of such his life. He does get away with his quad shadow. The amount of chase that they are having. Roncom, oh my goodness, he goes back. Another slide onto Kelra, but he misses. Flickers out. Gets the shutdown finally, but they need to pay attention towards their base as well, because their inhibitors is out. And the enhanced minions are in the base, but they can't really do much as Team Sacred Shrine takes the Lord. Oh, that was a good cat and mouse chase though from Hayabusa.
Yeah, that was actually a I mean, it's still a gain for the side of Secret Shrine, because they were able to take him down, and Crisis falling down so early into this team fight just gave them a leeway to take the Lord very, very advantageously and very early on. But the thing is that they did not wait for the Evolved Lord, because they were too rushy. They could have, if they had waited a little bit of 3 seconds there, they could have gotten it. But already full build into the hands of Vansaturo as well. And even a little bit of a change up into those items too, into the hands of Sacred Shrine as well, because they were having all the goals that they need. Now the Lord is merging into the mid lane. This can be a possible.
Oh, yep. Certainly, final stretch onto the backline. Art with the wall, and Kimi trying to go, but he is getting melted out too much. Look at that. A frozen popped out as well in the hands of Uranus. He does swap it out with the immortality, but look at the base. The base is wide open. The Lord is targeting the base while they are fighting off against each other. But oh, the winner has to be only one, and this time it is Team Sacred Shrine securing their first victory in this round robin.
Round robin, the first victory that they have in this best of three series, ladies and gentlemen. We have a winner in this ever and never ending brawly kind of team fights most of the time. A little bit of change into the heroes as well, a little bit of a debut for these new players into these teams with a rebranded names. We have a winner as of now, and Kelma is actually the one with the MVP here. He's going for the full damage with a little bit of a defense item, which is the Queen Wings, and I think in the end part also he did bought the immortality, which helped him survive. So yeah, a lot of damage was actually into the hands of Total, as well as beat all over the maps. I think they played so well from the early games. You know, it was actually all equal. They weren't the lead, they weren't behind either, because you know Crux Requiem were able to catch up to the farms to fight back most of the fights that's been done by Sacred Shrine again. But in the end, they have a little bit of a mishap, and a good game well played by Romcom too. He was able to buy so much time for the team, even though you would think that the Esmeralda here would have been a very, very squishy hero, but he's just, you know, he was just there, eventually beating out all the damage too, and the ultimate from the side of Crux Requiem too. So this is such an interesting match to say the least. But in the end also, you know, Crux Requiem, they weren't really underperforming, because they did their best. It's just that their composition, it's just that Kelra onto this Ruby also stopping out quite a lot onto the Hayabusa most of the time and not letting them do anything. And a lot of sets made by Art also great, a lot of leading them to win this match. I think this is the first best of three we have, right? Yeah, that's a clean sweep in the first game. There we go. We have our second winner, guys.
Well,
this is Nerd 2.0.
Yep. Although the first game it was a walkover, the second game I think it is worthy of being an opening match, because first game we got a maniac, second game it was a reverse sweep, and third game it was just hell of a brawl. With all the team comps, with all the bursts, with all of the follow-ups. I mean, too crazy for a first game, right?
Definitely.
But this no, but this is how it should be. War Drums is never short of dramas. War Drum is never short of contents. If I have to say, just too much energy to start off with. It might just be too intense for some of the viewers as well. But overall, that was quite an exciting first match, going all a best of three as well. So apart from being excited and all fired up for the next two matches, I actually don't know what I'm supposed to say, because they left me quite speechless.
Yeah, you know what? I understand what you're, why you are in that predicament. Because there was no dominance. It was all 50-50. Both of the teams doing
Yep.
well. The early part, the later part, again, you could have thought that there was going to be a win already into the hand of Sacred Shrine, but eventually Crux Requiem were able to fight back. But then again, in the end, it was already a little bit too much for them to handle. But you know what? When you mention the next game, it's always it's gonna be IGN versus Armageddon. This is gonna be another best of three series, and I don't know why, but it's always IGN going against Armageddon, and the win rate, I would say Armageddon had the more bigger advantage, but IGN, I feel like they are rebranded. They are the same players. They are the same players there, but they were able, in the finals that we were able to play so well. So maybe Armageddon might lose out onto their win rate. So that's the fun thing, right? We might eventually see another best of 3.
Yep, that is the fun of watching the top dogs bracket play. It's just too unpredictable what either of the teams would be doing, right? You can't really expect a full sweep when it's the teams that are acquainted with each other going off. So I would say just brace yourself for a full best of 3. Just drink coffee if you're feeling sleepy. Wait up till because we still have 2 more games, so it might just go full best of 3. It might be way past our bedtime, but I think it's worth staying up because it's
Yeah.
just too much of an excitement, too much heat to start off with. But overall, I'm sweating technically. I'm sweating because of all because of the intensity of the matches. But
That's right. I
oh,
think
what
we have
can I
2 more
say?
methods like you already
Yep.
mentioned, so
Yep.
we might eventually be switching out onto the casters as well, because when you change out
Yep.
the squad players, you might cast together caster. 2 of your new favorites casters will be coming back to cast the IGN and the Armageddon game, so stay tuned for it, and we are gonna be taking a little bit a short break, and we'll be coming back for
Yep.
another best of. Bye bye. Stay tuned.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? We served the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? Who serves the light while working in the dark?
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life, death, I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia, why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? served the light while working in the dark. Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flame!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Hello everyone, we are back with the third game of the night. It's going to be IGN going up against Armageddon Esports in the third match of the day. Of course, it's the round robin stage going on right now, and it's me, Fredo, casting alongside me is Ray. And of course, as you can see, his
zoomed in?
beautiful face being shown on your screen right now. And of course, we do like to see his face a lot of times.
Damn, bro.
And right now, it's just one of those moments where we're looking right at his face. And of course, Ray, what are your thoughts about the match and how are you feeling with your face on the screen right now?
I am not feeling comfortable at all. My camera was supposed to be turning on, but OBS gave up on me at the last moment. I have no idea. Suddenly facing some issues. But anyways, let's focus on the matter at hand, which is going to be the IGN versus Armageddon match. Two of the well-known teams. One of the ones is Legacy Warriors that has been carrying, obviously, we all know them, IGN. On the other hand, we have a little bit of an underdog team that has been rising up to the scene and right now is in the Mythic Leaderboard's top 8. A very good achievement that they have achieved. So tonight, this is the first match in Nerd 3.0 that we're going to be witnessing tonight. So of course, it's going to be really interesting and exciting how they're going to be going through, right? So let's see what they have in store. With the meta has shifted slightly a little bit with a few heroes here adjusting left and right. We've also had a really great match, right? The previous one. So I'm looking forward to what this can entail. We still have one more left, of course. LCF, one of the victors and champions of many tournaments right now, they're waiting. So let's not keep them waiting. And obviously, this match is for Armageddon IGN. Let's focus on them as well. we have a packed schedule every day for best of 3 series. That's insane.
Exactly, and that's why we like to get rolling as soon as we can, and that's why exactly as soon as we came online, we are back in the draft section, first match, and look at the draft. It's already looking pretty solid from both sides. We can see those bans happening, especially the Kadita, who just received that Starlight skin as well. And we all know the reason why she received that. She has been buffed way too much for a number of patches, and that's exactly the reason why this mage is so deadly, especially in the high ranks. And when we talk about high ranks, of course, these teams, they are above rank games, so that's why they're playing these professional tournaments. And right now we can see, of course, one of the prio picks that every team likes to get their hands on is going to be the YSS as the jungler, because we all know the amount of utility that he provides, the vision that he can, and along with that, the Mounter Shocker just received that revamp that allows him to do a lot more than before. So, yeah, it will be really interesting to see if IGN can actually capitalize on this first pick, or will Armageddon, do something better with the second pick that they've got.
It's going to be interesting overall. One thing is for sure, just like you mentioned, the meta shift and everything, but with how the picks are in, I'm excited for at least Ruby's back. I was obviously a little bit sad that she was gone for quite some time, but she's making a little bit of an appearance. On the other hand, though, Armageddon going with what I would describe it as a little bit front to back, perhaps, because you have the Gatot Kacha, which is not just a good counter for this, obviously, the Farsa. The second thing is, obviously, he can reach the backhands and obviously can retreat as well. So that's a good thing. On the other hand, CC kind of fulfills the same purpose with, obviously, the curtain call gonna be clutch if they do synergize it well. If they just make it an initiation tool, its presence is a little bit back-ended. But let's see, they do have the Fredrin though. So this Fredrin and Yushin, it's a little bit convoluted for one simple reason. Just obviously, Fredo, we've discussed it before. The Yushin is more of a farmer as well as a kill stealer kind of a thing. You want him to hyper up completely. Fredrin, on the other hand, he plays very differently, basically opposite. Yes, he does need farm. Yes, he would appreciate some kills, but would he die without it? Absolutely not. For him, utility, take the objectives, and be the frontliner that your team needs. And with these 3 picks, Armageddon is going for a very beefy composition, which would raise concern considering the fact that the marksman has still not been picked up yet. So Armageddon most likely will ban out, but hey, they haven't picked up marksman either, so they're gonna choke themselves too. This is a two-way sword that they're committing to, but looks like they actually go with the glue ban.
Does seem like they're going for a glue ban here, because the fact that the enemy does not have any EXP laner yet, and we all know the kind of threat that a glue can possess when you're having EXP laners like Gatot and Fredrin up front, because these guys, they can take a lot of hits, but when you have a glue riding on top of you, the damage just amplifies and it gets easier to take you down, and you do not want that to happen as a frontliner. So they're really careful about this glue. That's why they've banned it here. Coming in from the other side, we can see that they have banned it on the Granger, and we did see the Ruby being used in the goal lane recently in the last match, so it might be possible that these teams might be just pondering over the fact that they can also go for the Ruby in the goal lane. And that is actually highly possible, considering the fact that the enemy also has a lot of tanky frontliners. And you combine that with the Fredrin, they're all looking right now to lock in those backliners, the mage and the goal lane. And both these picks really important, considering enemy has a YSS. So you really want to take heroes which have a good amount of mobility, because we all know the YSS can actually chase down anyone who lacks dash skills and mobility.
Absolutely. And one of the main things that is going to be, concerning for the hands of, Armageddon. It's just like you mentioned, the mobility thing as well, but I was actually curious for the marksman. I do like the Badang Bang, the Badang ban the most, for one simple reason, is the fact that Badang's utility right now into the meta, especially considering how their team composition is revolved around, a Badang would have been devastating. Fredrin has a dash, Sissy has a dash, Gatot has a dash, but guess what? They have high cooldowns and they can be easily baited out by obviously the Farsa or the Ruby. Once it's gone, Badang goes in with a flicker play and they will be easily stunned for such a long time that Farsa can go in for a combo, as well as obviously Yushin or the goal laner. Not to mention Yushin's revamped. Oh, I'm so happy that Zushin is here. I will get you, my bae. I will get you for sure in my background. Don't worry. But getting back to the point, Yushinshin's ultimate right now, the Mountain Shocker, it is an AoE damage skill. It hits hard when it's on a place. The Badang combination was seen great by Armageddon. Let's see what's going to be picking from the hands. Armageddon so far, all utility. Marksman will have to do a very heavy carry.
Exactly. A lot of utility on their side. Marksman has to do heavy carrying on the side of Armageddon. So let's see if the Marksman will live up to the name, because we all know it's always been, that this game, I mean, the community knows it's always been about the Marksmen all the time. And the goal laner is always the one in the spotlight. So in this game, Armageddon, their goal laner has something to prove, because the entire team is utility and they will be relying on him for the source of damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, is going to be the jungler in, the one who will be carrying the match. It will be Respect playing that Ethan Shin, which is the best jungler available right now. But even though it's the best option available, just getting your hands on it doesn't guarantee you a win. You do need to play according to your win conditions. And right now, IGN will be, definitely up for that job. But will the team be able to, utilize this Ethan Shin first pick to its max potential? They do have the setup potential as well. Ruby is being sent to the goal lane to deal with any goal laner that they're about to pick up right now, and Ruby does a pretty good job at handling her own lane, as she is a fighter who can sustain a lot. And talking about setup, they have Ruby, and now they have the Arlot as well. Final slash flicker combo, they have to be really careful, especially when it's paired up in such a chain CC manner, because the kind of picks that IGN have, you can go for an entire wipeout if you do pull off a good combo. So yeah, with that being said, Armageddon locking in for that last one. What do you think they might pick here?
Armageddon, right now their options are kind of thin with so much CC, and they do have to crack down the Hylos as well. Irithel would sound like the option that you'd most likely want to go for, but at the same time, Irithel is also one of those targets that can be very vulnerable against this Pharsa, not to mention the abundance of crowd control that the Arlot and Ruby can bring, just like you mentioned. So the range is not in the table, so mobility is out of the question. Moskov has been banned out, so what can they do? Clint is not a good option for the same thing. Armageddon is on a pickle. This is one of the issues, because right now that Marksman has to lane against the Ruby, has to make sure has enough distance that Pharsa cannot disturb, or has enough mobility, and the best options has been banned out. So most likely either it's going to be Irithel or the Clint. Nathan, I don't think so, because they will severely lack the physical damage, and the other side will just bring up the radiant armor completely. So I think Armageddon, they're in a pickle right now. Last 10 seconds into the clock. What are they going to be picking up? My guesses are just 3 marksmen. Maybe a Claude.
Maybe a Claude, maybe a carry. Could be a Mia as well, actually. I mean, Mia, really known to be... you can send Mia, to try and... how do I say it? Ambush the enemy from behind or something. Entire teammates just taking team fights. And one moment IGN just forgets about the fact that they have a Mia on their side. Mia pops up backline, Respect, and which get deleted instantly. The far side essentially gets taken down, and then the frontliners do their job. I mean, this is some sort of gameplay that we can we can think about, because of course Mia being picked in pro play is not something new, because we have seen RRQ Lemon do it. So it won't be a surprise if the Armageddon team tries to do that, because Mia is sort of like an assassin in the late game. One shot is very, very likely when you have an Inspired on top of you, running along with a War Cry. So yeah, that might be the case. But of course, this 10 seconds ban is taking a bit too long. Could be a technical issue on the side of our streamer, or maybe the game as well. But yeah, while that is being fixed, we can still talk about what goal lanes picks can still happen. Like you said, magic damage is not an option here, because it will be overloaded with magic. They do not really have a physical damage dealer except the Frederick and the CC, but the Frederick and CC are not the kind of physical damage dealers that we expect. So
yeah,
more of physical damage dealer. So we cannot talk about Harith here. We cannot talk about Natan here, and not even the Kimi, I guess, because Kimi not the best in the goal lane. So what do you think are options remaining here out of the physical ones? Like you said, Irithel is also not an option here. So I feel like maybe the carry could work.
Yeah.
But
they're in a bad spot. They're in a bad
range
spot for the marksman. Yeah, carry, short range, Clint mobility issue, Irithel mobility, but squishy and easily targetable. So Irithel seems like the best possible option. They can go for a Claude, which can be the last source of their main, you know, savior kind of a thing. So it is possible that we might just see it, but we have to wait out and see what pick they are most likely gonna go for, because at the end it's up to their draft, right? What they want to go for, what they want to do. But let's just see what's gonna happen, because we are patiently waiting for the
Okay.
last pick to be happening.
I have
Maybe
received the information, and there
Okay.
is a pause going on right now, due to
yeah,
which
makes sense.
the pick is actually taking time. And there seems to be an emergency on the hands of Armageddon right now, because of
Oh,
which they're
damn.
taking this pause. And of course, a pause is always allowed when we see that one of the teams,
Yeah, of
requires
course.
the pause really badly. So yeah, okay, there they are. They are back. And then we're going with the Bruno. Okay, of course, the Bruno. How can we forget about this?
I did not
Those.
forget about the Bruno, but that's the issue with the Bruno, Fredo. He is
Mhm.
it's risky. That's what I will say. That's what I'll tell you. It's very risky. It's same as picking up the Clint as well. So
Mhm.
they're gonna be in some trouble. That's what I will tell you for sure. But anyways, my camera should be on actually. I'm trying to turn it on, but
Mhm.
it should be on. Yeah,
Oh, no
I did my
problem, man.
work.
No
I did my
problem.
work. I did my work, but hopefully it's back on. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, the draft
Mhm.
has been done, and with the Bruno, I did not consider Bruno for one simple reason. It's not the best. That's for sure.
Yeah, I
It's not
know,
the
I know.
best.
It's not the best, but I think it's a pretty good option, considering the fact
Yeah.
that, Ruby is a good goal laner. You do need a lot of damage if you want to lane against the Ruby. Good enough damage who can hold his lane, hold his ground, not fall off due to the poke that might be coming in with the first skill. And I think Bruno does a pretty good job at that. Even the Farsa and Yisun have to be really careful, because Bruno, he has strong balls. He can, 2-3 shot you. Okay, maybe not one shot, but 2-3 shot at least. So that's why the far side Shin will also be careful. You do have the dash as well if you ever go out of position. So yeah, it will be a really good and interesting pick to see. Armageddon. I feel like they've done a pretty good job with whatever they had, but it will be a very, very
sure,
heavy
yeah.
game for Ito to try and carry it. But yeah, IGN have their eyes on him. It's going to be just lock down the Bruno and win the game.
Absolutely, Fredo. And this match is going to be an interesting one. IGN and Armageddon will face each other for the first time in Nerf 3.0. This is day one of the Top Dog series, of course, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be heading to the Land of Dawn. And huge shout out to the production and, of course, War Drum Games, the one who are bringing you this tournament, Nerf 3.0 Northeast Underdog. And right now, it's Pan India. So we're going to be seeing LCF tonight as well. And I'm excited to finally have more, obviously, teams outside of Northeast as well. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, into the casting desk, myself, Ray. And obviously, I'm joined by Fredo himself. Let's see what this game entails for us. So, Fredo, do you want to pick up the play-by-play?
Of course, I'll try to do that, my friend. Right now, seems like something might be happening on the map. Zoshin getting poked down a lot. Of course, that is what happens when you pick up a high loss up against a Zoshin. And not just that, the enemy does also have a Farsa. And Farsa is in the hands of which we all know are very reliable hands to have a Farsa. And that is exactly why this will be a Little Wanderer fight happening, and Aaron the creator will provide backup, and they will be able to get that Little Wanderer. Of course, a little resource that just available to fight in the starting part of the game. And right now, Aaron the creator, pretty good job. He knows he can leave his lane for a while, because as a fighter, you do not need that much amount of gold to get ahead like the Bruno does. But Bruno, he has to stick to his lane.
Yeah, and most likely, one of the main things that's obviously the threat, the Arlot. The whole reason I don't like Bruno in this matchup is same as the reason Clint. At least Clint has range. Bruno does not have that. And also the negative point, once he uses up the dash, he's a vulnerable target. He did get the Purify. I gotta give it out to him. So if he sees the Arlot, there's a really good chance that he can Purify and just try to burst him out. But the thing with Arlot is that there's burst from him as well. This is an EXP lane we're talking about with the collector skin, or is it the legend? I don't know the labels anymore. Like, all the skins are good. But anyways, Bruno has to watch out his positioning so severely, and it's gonna be important. But look at the mid lane.
Oh, fight breaking out. Mount Shocker has been used, and it will be Fame will be falling down first. And they try to go for none other than Ryota, but Ryota safe distance for now. And Mirio going in very heavily. Soltok Paul might be getting caught here with that final slash.
Boom.
And yes, he does get taken down. And now Aaron the creator trying to go in for an invade. And seems like they might be successful in doing so, or maybe not, because Fredrin does use up the retribution to get that buff safely. And with that, Turtle and 2 kills going into the hands of IGN.
2 kills and a turtle. That's just positive things overall completely. And that's just speaking in volumes. The fact that their draft just works out really well. They have the sustain, they have the range, they have the crowd control. They have basically cleared the slate with everything good on their hands. But on the other hand, the Armageddon does have a good chance. If they're able to shut down this crowd controls into the table for the side of IGN, they will have massive value from this Bruno. Because other than these 2 heroes, the Ruby and the Arlot, the rest 3 members, they cannot really exactly do anything. Yes, they have burst, but doesn't Bruno either? He does so. And with the engage into the top lane as well, it's pretty clear Bruno will struggle almost until we might see the 7 minutes in. But a possible engage in top lane.
There comes the Feather Layer Strike, there comes the AOG, everything has been used here, including the Glorious Pathway, and the Crimson Beacon is there, used by Ryota as well. The ones who will be taken down will be Mirio on the side of IGN, and it will be Fame.
Still going in.
Price. And now, once again, the fight keeps breaking on. Respect gets taken down as well. And look at the Bruno hitting hard with his balls. Ito doing exactly what he's supposed to do in this fight. That is dealing damage from the backlines, maintaining a safe distance. And with that, Armageddon do make a small comeback. But is it enough? That's the question.
Absolutely. And with the question on the table, the answers would be left to be obviously given by the hands of Armageddon. Right now, the goal lead has not shifted just yet because, of course, we're still in the 4 minutes in, but it's pretty evident both of the teams like to play around each other's weaknesses, and it's pretty clear we're noticing Salted Paul. It just cannot win against the Arlot. It's just how it is, right? It's the hero thing, just like how you can just water counters fire kind of thing, right? So that's what's happening into the bottom lane. But right now, the Turtle's into the table. This is the second one. Respect is hungry for it, but so is the Fredrin. We'll see an engage coming in soon. Look at the Mountain Shocker.
Oh, final slash coming in as well. Aaron the Creator will be the one taking the fight. And with that Turtle being taken, AOG lands as well. Everything has been popped off. Here comes in the I Am Offended, catching a lot of members down. And that should be the one to seal the deal for IGN as they're taking down members left and right. Saltok Paul trying to escape using the kite, but yeah, he does do that. But how long will he be able to survive? Trying to sidestep everything there, Ryota, but which will be able to take down him still. And with that, Respect going in for the push. Things are looking good here for IGN. And oh my god, that was so good from Aaron. That I'm Offended is exactly what was required.
People are channeling back their Ruby again. You know, those season 32, was it? When we had only Ruby gold lane every game. It's just Ruby gold lane. There's just no other marksman anymore. At that point, people were even playing other fighters. But oh, look at that, into the bottom lane. Bursted. I couldn't even finish my sentence. Immediately bursted. And that's one of the issues with CC. Good damage dealer, good backliner. Can do peeling, but that's the main issue. She's squishy. Her damage is... When you have high offense, your defense is low, and that's one of the weaknesses that they had to cover. And looking at the itemization, already Yushenshin is building towards the second, and the glowing one is also into the hands of Marsa as well. And most of them have their first item slots in building towards the second, while the other side, the jungler and their EXP laner and gold laner. Okay, 3 members have only gotten their first pick, and they... Look at Fredrin, he's not even able to build a recipe item. We have to look at into smaller things, because if you notice, Yushenshin is almost done with the recipe, so that means he's going to be finished with the Warwick soon. Fredrin just bought 1 plated armor. That is the difference of gold. You don't actually need the amount. You can clearly see the difference in the recipe items. When you have that difference, it means it's already spiraling out of control. Let's see what happens. Turtle coming in. 8-2 score, Armageddon. Do they respond to this turtle? Do they find someone? Because, oh, look at that bottom lane.
Oh, nice damage being dealt here by both sides. Respect does take him down, Ito, and that was the member that he needed to take down. Right now, though, okay, they're taking fight without everyone else, but that was so bad. Even with the retribution, not able to get that one. And which will be the one taking it, of course, the one member who always carries IGN, which it is to take that turtle down. And with that, they won't be happy with it. Armageddon, they lost even with their jungler there in the turtle fight, and now they might lose the red buff as well. Oh, that flicker initiation was so good from Mirio. but somehow they might be able to survive. But oh, Soltok Paul goes down once again. Things not looking in favor of Armageddon as they're losing every single thing on the map. They're down 8k, and there seems to be no way back.
Oh, look at the burst. You just finished talking, Fredo, and already, which shows no signs of stopping, though. You might stop, but they don't. Double kill for this man. Oh, loving the production work over there, guys. But overall, Armageddon just falling off really badly this game. They are just not able to match up the pace that the IGN has set up on the table. And with this, it's not looking good. It's looking really, really bad. But can a comeback be possible? Ito does have 2 kills. He's building towards the Berserker's Fury, second slot in. But Yushinshin building towards the Despair. The gold laner, Ruby is not exactly a gold laner. So she's not a late game, right? But already has 2 damage items in. So that means she has too good of a sustain, and they need anti-heal. Wait a second, no anti-heal. That really sucks. Zushin has not done the glowing one end because of the gold difference, and Gatot is also not building the anti-heal because he wants to sustain. Can't blame him. He wants to make sure that he's not getting bursted out by Witch, so he's prioritizing the Athena. Without the anti-heal, it's a free real estate for Aaron, the creator, and Mirio, who are on the Spell Vamp Fighters. It's not looking good.
Ito, you have to be the one, but it's still looking difficult, even with the Bruno.
Absolutely.
He actually did a pretty good job in the top lane fight, which happened in the first few minutes. But after that, things have not looked good because, Mirio started rotating, Aaron started rotating. But the thing is, the enemy cannot rotate like that. They have a CC, and CC does not have the best lane clear. And along with that, you have a Bruno. He needs to be in that lane to farm up that goal. So yeah, and look at that. Mountain Shocker revealing enemies. There's nothing much that Armageddon can do for now.
Nothing much into the table. Look at the damage that's coming in, though. The Gatot goes in with the AOG. Respect gets to the Lord as well. Monster kill. And they show no sign of stopping back. Look at them. Still going in, Fredo.
Soltok Paul will be the next one to be taken down by Zohunt here. They want to go in for the ammo offended. Oh, does not connect there. And that should be enough for now because they are really, trying to take down the base turrets. But of course, the shield is still up. So it will be lucky. They're Ito trying to recall. And that is actually a good thing because that will relieve pressure from one lane. And while that is happening, mid lane, they're going in. They do have the shield. Let's see if they can defend this. Oh, there comes the I'm offended. Feather strike as well lands in.
Oh
AOG.
my god.
But Ito will be the one to be targeted first because that is the main guy that IGN are looking for. And with that, they try to go in for the mid lane push, and they're trying their best to do that. Meanwhile, Soltok Paul might be getting taken down once again. Respect goes in with the Traceless and takes him down. And with that, goes down Ryota as well. It's a double kill for Aaron, and the base has been locked down. IGN get their first victory.
A very swift and fast victory for the hands of IGN. It is beautifully crafted, and I feel like 80% of it will go to the drop, but of course the execution was there as well. Armageddon was not able to stand much of a chance against it. Loving this outro over here from, obviously, shout out to the production. I always appreciate people, obviously, because it's beyond me. I can't make that, so I appreciate people who do. So anyways, match result, it's pretty clear. Respect was able to get the MVP. Yushinshin still busted, but Witch over here, the 5-0-11, flexing that KD for a reason because I feel like the damage was too much. Armageddon in this best of 3 series, ladies and gentlemen, they have to find a proper response. They went a little bit too much utility. They pressured Ito in a position where he has to most of the heavy lifting with the damage department. On the other hand, though, IGN basically all 4 members are damaged. Yes, Mirio going tanky, but people underestimate how much damage an Arlott can deal with the passive mark. So with basically 4 damage dealers that they had to face, Burst, Pure 2, not to mention even Sojin deals damage because Hylos is an offensive kind of a tank rather than being a defensive one. They did not.
And Hylos is actually really good because he actually, helps the team turret dive.
Exactly.
And I mean, look at his comp. Ruby is, of course, going to be like initiator, but Arlott is going to dive. Farsa is going to definitely dive in when Arlott dives in, and Yi Senshin is there to dive. So it was a total dive-in comp from coming in from the side of IGN, and Hylos was just there to enable that dive because he will be the one taking those turret shots while his teammates do the thing, right? So that was really good draft from IGN. And like I said, doesn't matter what you pick in the goal lane, you are going to get a little bit, a little cooked, a little cooked. They did try to, how do I say it? Cover the damage, try to reduce the fire, but that was not enough because Bruno does not do the job. So yeah, bad draft here from my Armageddon.
I definitely think they played a little bit too defensive in the draft at first. We're not expecting for IGN to go so offensive, and then they kind of got the short end of the stick. My camera should be turned on right now. Streamer, do turn it on. I do have something to show to everyone. But yeah, loving the background there, Fredo. The posters, it's giving a little bit of a cafe kind of a vibe,
Thank you.
Those cafes. Yeah, it looks nice with the Iron Man as well. I am wearing the Superman t-shirt, so it should be visible soon. Hey, streamer, turn on my camera, bro. But yeah, jokes aside though, I think with the next match coming into the table, what do you say again? I forgot the word. My bad. Sometimes I run out of the words because I'm just trying to process. I'm just.
It's fine, man. It's
really
fine.
fast.
No problem. You can think about it. But yeah, talking about this match which has happened right now. I mean, I thought Armageddon could have done better in the draft phase. They went for too much utility in the beginning, going with the Zushin as well. Too early. Sorry, not the Zushin, but going in with the CC and Gatot. Both of them at the same time. I feel like they could have kept one flex pick for later if they could, because you don't want to pick two flex picks together because that becomes obvious. Gatot is a flex pick. Okay, you do that, but along with that, you pick up the CC. So it's so obvious that you're sending the Gatot to the roam position. Now, if your flex pick is an obvious pick, now that is bad because that just reveals your plans that, okay, you're going to send Gatot to the roam. Usually it's the roam, but sometimes you can just flex it out. But yeah, they did not play their cards right and they go along with a Fredrin. The enemy already knows that this Yisenshun is safe. There is literally no one to lock him down. No assassin pick. They go with the Fredrin. So Yisenshun was definitely going to have a chill game. Now, on top of that, you go with a Bruno and Zushin. Zushin, I think it was good enough, but I don't think Zushin is good enough to go at least, up against a YSS. Along with that, there was the Farsa as well, and then a Bruno. I mean, I think the Claude could have been actually good because the mobility would have come in really handy to try and dive into the backlines. Maybe the Farsa, while she was ulting. So yeah, that could have been an option, but I think the Bruno was not the best.
Absolutely. I think one of the main reasons is that if you try to make the Zushin work, you have to create this space. Going for a little bit of a frontliner composition is good, but you need more damage department because Zushin, she can deal damage once she starts snowballing. You have to build a Sky Piercer, and then you're basically in a bed. Oh, really great. Yeah. Finally some camera. But anyways, Liv, how many viewers do we have tonight? I have a little bit of a surprise for them. I should definitely show it. But anyways, jokes aside, I think if you want to pick up the Zushin, I think they were on the right path, but they stumbled. And the reason they stumbled is because there were speed breakers set up by the side of IGN. And if they want to make... Yeah?
Phobius would have been good, I guess, as the EXP laner. Okay. Like, I don't know why, but, look at your shirt, Ray. Can you see the camera? Look at your shirt. The Zushin can be seen through you.
Because she's in my heart, brother. Yeah.
Okay, that was a nice joke.
Yeah, it's going to be transparent for the whole tournament right now, guys, because she's in my heart. You can see, yeah.
Okay.
Jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into the draft. And I should turn on my surprise. Right, I should turn on my surprise. You wanna see something, Fredo? This is
show me.
Two-dimensional Zushin in my background, and right now I debut the 3D Zushin. Oh, she's not visible. Wait, let me move her. She's a little bit hidden.
So Ray is doing some digital acrobatics here for all of you. If you have ever witnessed if you have never witnessed digital acrobatics, that is what Ray can pull off, and that is not something that a lot of casters can do. Not even Kronos or Mirko has done this. So yeah, one of its kind. Oh, look at this, Mr. Ray finally won with his waifu that he really likes. But yeah, talking about waifus here.
There we go. Full in flesh, guys. It's no longer 2D. She's real. She's sitting with me. And only in
goodness.
War Drum, guys. So if you want to see a real life waifu Zushin, here, there she is.
Okay. Now let's get back to the game. Enough with your Zushin, Ray. Let's not make this stream all about your Zushin right now. You already have
I
a
will
background.
make it if it was possible. But yeah, jokes aside. Anyways, let's focus into the draft, of course.
Yep, there comes the draft, and there are the bans happening. Once again, we see that they have banned out the Kadita, and we see the 1-1 be getting banned out as well. Both these are very meta picks, of course. And on the other side, we can see, okay, it seems like there is a Baxia ban as well. Along with the Lancelot, I would not be surprised if we see a Yisenshin ban coming up next from IGN, because they know themselves what Yi Shin can do. Okay, Armageddon respecting the Farsa here. They do understand that Witch is unstoppable when it comes to going with that Farsa. Even with the Gatot, it was so hard to counter Witch on that Farsa. So yeah, let's see if Armageddon will be able to make a very good use of this first pick which has been given to them.
I think with first pick on the table, Yushinshin will definitely get banned out. With how the meta has shifted, maybe prioritize the Ruby first pick, I think would be a little bit too predictable, and they will just counter it. IGN will just smell it, like, you're gonna do it.
Flex it.
Yeah, they can flex it for sure, but EXP lane, I feel like they would need something better. So with Mars out of the equation, they can go for a little bit of a hefty frontliner if they want right now, but that could be a little bit of a bad trade, right? They might just decide like, hey, maybe we can just go for the. Okay, they do go for the frontliner.
That's a good pick actually.
Go for the
we can actually flex the Kalia as well. So
yeah,
Kalia is actually a good pick here. Now coming to the second part, IGN 2 picks. Okay, they go for the Gato just like the previous game where Armageddon did. And okay, what is happening here? Okay, IGN. Are they going to follow the same footsteps like Armageddon did?
That would be funny if like, hey, let's show you how to win this one, and they just go in
with your draft. Okay, that will be.
Yeah, we will defeat you with your draft. That would be kind of funny though. But I swear if that happens, that Armageddon is also like, hey, you take mine, I take yours. That is a good thing.
Okay, we don't want to hear that in Hindi, Ray. But
everything sounds professional in English. That's
everything sounds
that's why
good
we
in
cast,
English.
right? Yeah,
but once you translate in Hindi, the meaning totally changes. But yeah,
Hindi has its own beauty, like some sentences, but it's just a thing. Some things are meant to be taken at only one language. Jokes aside, Armageddon again though with the Fredrin. Again, I feel like they have the same issue. Too much frontline.
Yeah, I do understand that you want to keep your damage dealers
on the
later.
screen.
Oh my god, 3 Zushins on the screen, yep. And
Zushin everywhere.
I do understand the way that Armageddon want to approach this game. They want to keep the frontliners first, and then later on they want to pick their backliners. That's the approach that they're using right now, but that does not work all the time, because we saw what happened last match. Just because of the fact that they have already picked up all the 3 frontliners, the enemy capitalized on it. They already knew that the Farsa is safe to pick, and that is the reason why the Farsa was actually a 3rd pick in the last match for IGN. So yeah, they have to be really careful about going with this first, 3 frontline picks. They should be, trying to get a advantage in the gold lane department or maybe the mid lane department. But Armageddon, I don't know what to say. They need to learn this thing actually. The draft is looking a little bit shaky when they do like this, trying to go for all the frontliners first.
I don't get the obsession with the Fredrin though. Fredrin is good when you make him good. When the team complements in the way that Fredrin can shine the best, being a utility jungler that is able to provide what's needed. But right now, it's not exactly what I would say is the best thing, right? With already 2 hefty frontliners, which is Arlet and Kalia, I do like you can clearly see the Zushin is going to be a massive trouble, because she's just going to be disabling the Fredrin from using any skills. Unless the Fredrin is able to get really close, which is not likely going to happen unless the CC and Gatot the Arlot and the Kalia just try to shut down the Zushin as much as possible. It's Witch. Witch is most likely going to be going for Purify, or he'll just use Flicker out of it as much as possible. Not to mention, they have the Gatot to taunt if the Arlo tries to go in a little bit too deep, and the punishment will be there. So I do think Armageddon has to come up with a proper response. There is the Moscow also gone as well. They banned the Irithel themselves. Right now, again, it's Bruno, Claude, or what do you say? What was his name again? Oh yeah, Nathan, maybe, or Clint. Those are the only valid options that you can go. Nathan, I feel like this game it could be a good option because they do have 3 physical. So maybe go for the Nathan, but positioning Nathan's weakness because he has only 1 dash. That's the issue with these marksmen, and I'm not sure what they can do. And they again commit to the Bruno again. This time, hopefully, maybe, technically 3rd time's the charm, but this is the 2nd game, so I'm not sure. Not to mention, Armageddon, their draft is, I don't like it. It's not speaking to me. Like, I don't see the synergy much. It's a little...
I think they lack damage once again.
Absolutely.
I think they lack damage once again. I mean, look at the mid lane, it's Novaria. So you do expect the roamer to be doing a little bit of more damage as compared to the mage in the early phases of the game. And okay, with this Akai, the team fight potential that Armageddon was bringing does, the ability for IGN with this Akai to just disengage with that heavy spin that comes into play. So if ever Armageddon decide to engage in, they have to be really careful that the heavy spin is not available, because otherwise the heavy spin will just destroy their plans when they try to go in and engage. So this draft is looking really, I mean, IGN sided once again. But let's see if Armageddon can figure a way out with the draft that they have chosen. They do have the Kalia, so a good lockdown on the Moscow first would ensure a good team fight for them. But even then, the heavy spin will still be available for IGN to try and disengage. And on top of that, they have the CC. So Brethren and Kalia won't be having the best time in the front line as well. They will definitely be getting peeled off. What do you think, Ray?
Absolutely.
What are your opinions about the draft?
Main thing, Akai would just nail in the coffin, I would say. With the Akai under the table, the Kalia and the Arlod have even more lesser chances to shine, and they're going to be facing a lot of issues. The engages are going to be disabled a lot more because the crowd control from IGN is just too much. Disengageability in the hands of IGN is too strong, and they needed to respect that. But I can't blame them. The Akai was the last pick, but loving this transition over here. It's reminding me of something. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2nd match of this best of 3 series, game number 2. This is the match 3 of tonight. We still have one more match for sure, and obviously I know a lot of people waiting for LCF, but hey, let's see which one is gonna getting the point between Armageddon and IGN. Right now, IGN can walk out with 3 pointers in this round robin stage, ladies and gentlemen. Intercasting this myself, Ray, and we're already seeing some action. Fredo.
Yep, and we are back into the game. It seems like Soltok Paul still having a hard time with the XP lane, and Witch is still controlling the mid lane. Soltok Paul will definitely face some hard time because we all know the CC easy bully, especially against EXP laners who cannot out damage her. And Arlot at level 2, no, cannot really out damage her. But Mirio might be a little bit too aggressive here. Fame is here to try and pick off anything extra which might be tried here. Ryota arrives as well to provide backup to Soltok, as we know that an Arlot will definitely suffer in the early game. But look at the goal lane department as well, because Ito is having a fun time, because this time Aaron is on the Moskov. Moskov, not the best to lane against a Bruno. Bruno definitely wins in the lane phase.
And I mean, it is given, right? Bruno has the crit damage early on, but we know once the Moskov comes in online, it's going to be all spears and spears, not balls, because the spear punctures the balls, right? But yeah, overall, the turtle is going to be spawning in 15 seconds and with not much into the map just yet, because of course the teams have been playing a little bit off a passiveness. They are playing reserved. They are trying to make sure they do not make those mistakes. But anyways, we can clearly see a few spells have been baited out. Like the Revitalize just now from Sojin. I do think he could have just kept it for his team fight. But let's see. The turtle is going to be coming in. Maybe the Revitalize could be a bait because they see on less spell. But Fame, what is that?
Look at the way Zozen and Witch are working on the jungler Josie. And with that, Respect gets the turtle, and there it comes. SODS landed as well. Josie completely getting taken down. Soltok as well will fall. And Fame is getting picked up and thrown away and will be easily taken down by Mirio. Mirio gets a double in that fight. That is so good of a start for him. But oh, okay, Ryota does try to snipe down Zoshan. Not enough damage still though in the early game. And with that, Aaron gets a lot of gold as well. I mean, he was at the top lane for a while, but now he came back as well. So yeah, Aaron, really good job there.
0-3 score already. IGN again cementing their lead into this game. And okay, not much item difference, but a little bit of gold here and there because we do see. Oh, okay, it's climbing to 1.8k. That is impressive numbers. IGN already creating the snowball effect.
Oh.
Balls have started. The butterfly has flapped their wings, but bottom lane, a little bit of a focus there. Ito right now, just like I mentioned, is suffering quite a bit, which the Purify used.
Yep, that is an important spell burn before the fight actually breaks out. But yeah, Fame might be a little bit too deep in the enemy territory. Mirio might want to go in, or will he? Except he does not want to right now. And yeah, Saltok Ball as well has rotated towards the mid lane side, and they're looking for a fight, it seems. But I do feel like right now all they need is Armageddon. They just need to give Ito the advantage. And Aaron, he might be getting a little bit too aggressive there, and Saltok Paul will seal the deal with that flicker play coming in from him. And that is exactly what right now Armageddon need to do. They need to lock down Aaron, and now they might need to lock down Witch as well. But yeah, Witch will maintain the distance with their Lantern Flare.
I think so far Witch's positioning has been really great, and his Purify is actually there. For a second I thought it was the Purify, was it? But anyways, looking at it, another engage coming in.
Tsunami Slam, and it will be the target. And with that, here comes the ASOD landing into the backlines. One will be taken down. It will be Ito, the last member who should be falling, fell down first. And with that, goes down Fame as well, which going in with a double. Mirio into the front line, still melting the Fredrin and zoning him away. Respect will be able to get this turtle for free.
And I think Armageddon, the response is obviously going to be Ito, but he has one death. Meanwhile, the other side, Moskov, Aaron the Creator also did die once, but you have to consider the other variables, which is of course Witch. 303 on Azushin is most likely gonna be getting the Sky Piercer pretty soon, and once he gets that, Zushin's damage is going to be really menacing because one of the thing is that Sky Piercer Ito, and they do switch the lanes, but top lane
gets taunted and might be getting taken down. Second skill to save the day, it seems, but no, Zoshin will still get him, which was coming in as well to provide backup. But yeah, that's the way IGN play. The coordination seems to be on point tonight, and respect. Seems like he's going 1v3 and it's a tank, so it's not easy to do that. They come in with the heavy spin. The reverse engage has finally happened, and with that, a lot of skills being thrown here and there. They have been outnumbered. They have been out damaged. They still do not, fall down, but finally he will, as Witch will arrive to the scene. And that is exactly what the Akai is made to do, in this game.
One thing I really wanted to point out, I think Josie is gonna most likely get. No, he's fine. One thing I want to point out, I don't know if it was intentional or it just happened out of chance, but Mirio with the curtain call, curtain call, once you get connected, if you run together, it doesn't affect you, right? But if you're running away from each other, you're basically stunned. Akai pushed back the curtain call the other member, which was obviously, I think, Saltok Ball, and because of it, the other member was stunned in place. He could not move away. That is some good stuff right there. Not sure if it was intentional or if it was, by chance. But if it was intentional, that is a new tech that IGN has brought into the Indian meta. But look at that, another engage coming in from the purple buff.
And there it comes in the jungle area. Of course, Akai dominates with the heavy spin, and that is exactly what's happening right now. Aaron arrives with the SOD as well, dealing a lot of damage. Fame will be the one to fall down. Ito trying to deal some damage with his balls, but not enough. And mid lane should definitely fall here. It seems like they're trying to make things happen, trying to make it work. No more minions. Respect might be getting caught here. Into the backlines, it's all alone, dealing a lot of damage, still taking all the hits though, and still surviving through it. And another time they will try to go in and take down this mid lane. This time Mirio arrives, trying to flank in on Ito. There comes a curtain call, a lot of damage being placed. Ito completely out of position. Maybe Mirio is the one who might get out of position, but no, it's Ito being surrounded by members left and right, which will be the one getting the kill on him. Comes in the Tsunami Slam, still going in. The regen is not enough to keep everyone alive, and Aaron the Creator still going in, piercing through. The damage comes, and with that, there comes a double kill to try and make things happen, which able to use a curtain call at the last second to survive through that. But oh my god, that was a prolonged fight.
It was very extended, but IGN again wins it out again and again and again and again. Like, if I will tell it about later, but a lot's coming in 100 seconds. Can we look at the itemization? I want to see the difference right now as we head into the 8 minutes into the game. Moskov building towards the Demon Hunter sword, almost done, has the recipe item. So anytime now, Trinity done into the table. On the other hand, Bruno still struggling to get the second in slot. That's the difference. A whole itemization, but oh, look at that. A concealed play coming in, and the creator, does he know? Fame, looking for the angle, looking for a position. Maybe he knows it. And
Okay.
Aaron, being the smart
Now-
one.
Clapback coming in, probably. Clapback coming in, probably. David arrives, AOG landing on him, and with that, Fame will get taken down. Ito should have probably left the scene, but he does have this Purify, but it's not enough to make him survive because the damage coming in. There it comes. Triple kill for Witch win to stop that Bruno from getting away. And IGN decide to keep things in their control, not letting Armageddon get a single thing in that bottom lane thing that they just tried.
Yeah, Demon Hunter Sword for and the creator right now. 2-1-11. Yes, he doesn't have the most kills, but with the assist into his hands, he has been gaining up the gold. And with that, the Trinity is done. And right now, he can just go ham. Oh, look at that. The Tsunami Slam does come in.
Oh, that was a nice engage from the Mr. Soltok Paul. SOD arrives. It might be a little bit too much front lane going in. Aaron might coming
that
anytime,
AOG.
but it seems like a reverse clapback happening as there was no backup from Aaron. Aaron decided not to go into the fight, and that's when you get out damage when your marksman is not present. And that's the reason why they lost that fight. 2 members going down. A bad engage coming in from IGN.
I think it was just a little bit of an overconfidence in play. They did think that they could make a response back, but they could not able to do so. But right now, Armageddon going for so bold. Fame gets deleted out of the map. And Lord, look at that.
Aaron the creator still
Soltok.
surviving. And with that, Soltok takes down Respect, and now is the chance for Armageddon to make a clapback happen. Josie will be able to get that Lord, and finally
Josie.
Redemption are coming in. But there comes Aaron to stop the day for Ito, trying to go back because he will get that mega kill. And with that, into the game once again, IGN, even though the enemy took the Lord, they still try to get some things in their control.
I'm just want to say, Witch, my boy, thank you for showing how Zushin is supposed to... I'm not trying to show shades at Riota, but this is how you really utilize the Zushin to the maximum potential. They have the burst, they have frontliner, and they still have insurance just in case Witch might get shut down later on. Oh, there's a conceal play. Oh, body slam, but Purify, not going to be happening anything. But oh, look at that.
Oh, Aaron the creator is actually free hitting, and Soltok Paul is the one taking the damage. Piercing through comes all the damage, and there is a reason why Josie will get taken down as well. There it comes, SOD landing. Does he teleport? Yes, he decides to come in at the right time, and that's the reason why he will still survive. And now Ito might be the one taking all those shots, which arrives to seal the deal for him. Put the nail in the coffin for Mr. Ito as he will be sent back to heaven by Mr. Witch. And Mr. Witch, look at that guy, 10-0-8, literally.
It has been a tragedy for Armageddon tonight. They are not really able to keep up the pace that IGN has created. Really commendable work though from Armageddon. They were able to take the Lord, especially Salted Paul over here. Definitely the MVP in those team fights where he's able to at least cut down on some targets. He was able to take down Respect, and I feel like taking down Respect was the main reason they were able to get the Lord, right? Retribution was so much more safer due to it. But with Witch on obviously my wife Zushin over here, jokes aside, Zushin in the presence of the meta is one of the strongest. The main thing that really hampers her is utilization. Last match, Armageddon made the mistake on the utilization of the Zushin, but Witch is doing a perfect job. And right now, the utility is gone. Right now, she plays it for the burst. And right now, we could see an engage coming in because look at that, a lot of skills being used left and right. But no, this is just warning shots here and there. A few skills waited because, of course, Lord still 50 seconds on the clock. 7-21 disparity, the skill board, and 12 minutes into the game, we're seeing 10,000 advantage into the hands of IGN just as I finish speaking.
Yep, that's not looking good for IGN. I mean, sorry, that's not looking forward to Armageddon. But one thing that's positive, one thing that's optimistic about Armageddon is they still have those inhibitor turrets, so maybe they can still defend the next lord which is coming up. But for now, all IGN has to do is not make mistakes like they did last time, engaging their losing their two frontliners. If they just avoid such mistakes, it's an easy win for them. But for now, what Armageddon has to do is try and lock down Aaron, because his damage is the reason why Armageddon are losing those team fights. The frontliners are going down way too easily.
The frontliners, it's not about the defense. It's the fact that they have to take so much damage, but their DPS is not able to dish out the same thing.
Yep.
If you consider one thing, Gatot is the only real tank. Akai is technically the jungler. He's semi tanky. He is. Aaron, what's that?
Decides to go in. Aaron gets taunted. This might be the end of him. But before he could land that, before he could bonk Aaron, he gets taken down instead. And that what's happened. That what happens when Witch is on a Zushin and he's having that Sky Piercer on. I don't know how many stacks right now, but whatever it is, he's probably on max stacks right now. So yeah, respect for Witch right now, as he's showing exactly how the Zushin is supposed to be played.
Absolutely. I think huge credit to the team mainly, actually. Zushin will do her job for sure, Witch is doing their job, but it's mainly going to be the frontliners, Zushin and Respect, for really creating the impact. Not to mention, look at the body slam though inside the turret.
Alright, there it comes. That's what he has landed. Aaron arrives to the scene as well after clearing those bot lane minions. And now they're left to defend it. Aaron, look at the piercing damage coming in once again on Ryota. Will get taken down instantly. AOG lands as well. There is no thing that they can do. Even Ito will fall. Last member almost surviving there, it seems. But triple kill. Could have been a maniac, but unluckily for Which he will get only a triple. But yeah, IGN clean sweep. Armageddon Esports 2-0 tonight.
2-0. We're going to be seeing a lot of... It is pretty funny. We were expecting, obviously, the third games. I mean, we love third games, right? We want to see more third games. But hey, it looks like the side of team Armageddon was not up to competition. Or at least, maybe... IGN is just on a different level tonight, because I do think sometimes it's not that a team has played bad. I do think Armageddon, one thing is for sure, the Armageddon can improve their draft for sure. But at the same time, IGN tonight was on a different frequency. They were playing much, much better. And the draft was overall really good. But the second thing is that for sure, absolutely for sure, the execution is just much better tonight. Mirio and Aaron the Creator are at top of the game. Not to mention, of course, Witch has been doing a really great job with the mid lane, both of the series. I'm really, really looking forward to what they can do against the new teams that have come up. Obviously, ex-Tartarus right now being Crux, Requiem, and of course, ex-Anarchy Eliminators, you call them, is back with the Sacred Shrine. And we've witnessed the match together. They were facing against each other. Pretty poetic, I would say. But overall, looking forward to how it's going to be moving on day 2, day 3, and so on and so on. But anyways, this nothing much to say. We did witness what was going to happen into the game, and the result was right in front of us. Armageddon, there was a little bit of a difference in the draft. There was a Fredrin fixation. I do think they tried to make it work. It did not happen the best. So I'm wishing them the well. I do think they can figure it out, and I hope they can be that team again who defeats even the bigger top dogs, right? Because of course they are all top 8 teams, but there's a difference between number 1 and number 8, isn't it? Right? Of course. So I'm looking forward to Armageddon improving, and yeah, that's about it from my end, Fredo.
I do expect Armageddon. I mean, I just wish them best of luck for their next game, because in this game, I've seen Armageddon play the last season as well, and I've really seen them play better with every single match that I've watched. But tonight it was kind of disappointing, or maybe IGN was just on point tonight as well. It was a bad day for Armageddon, but of course you learn from your mistakes and you come back harder, and that is what we'll expect, because Armageddon is a very strong team. They have a good manager, and the players are also real life friends who eat and sleep and drink and study together. And so that those are the kind of friends that actually motivate each other and help each other grow. So tonight is a night to remember for Armageddon as they celebrate their defeat and come back stronger next time. But yeah, talking about next time we're going to have next match pretty soon between LCF and MAAF. So yeah, we'll be taking a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Where is my target? He served the light while working in the dark. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flame!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Where is my target? He served the light while working in the dark. Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flames!
Evil seal in formation!
We are one! Wrath descends!
Get swept by the flames!
I see through your illusion.
Silence your grudge. Death will be their enlightenment.
Ixia! Why don't you let me take point this time?
Awake now, X-Borg? Don't push yourself too hard.
I thought I was crazy, but you're a whole different beast, Roger!
Cease this, X-Borg. We only use our powers against the supernatural.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, of course, Northeast Underdog Tournament. This is Nerd 3.0, and we are back again. Of course, it's presented by none other than War Drum Games, and we are in for the last match of tonight. And of course, this season is special because we've opened to Pan India. All Indian teams are welcome in. And right now, obviously, one of the teams is obviously that everyone is looking for is Lakshmi Chit Fund. One of the teams that have been wreaking havoc in every tournament they have went to in lately. They have won LAN tournaments. They have won other major tournaments as well. Anywhere you go, they have made their name. And tonight, they're here again. This is the first day of this round robin stages of the top dogs, and here to make the name and to challenge them is, of course, Team MAAF. So let's see what is going to be into the table. Myself, Ray, I'm obviously your caster, and you're going to be your host as well. And I'm joined by none other than Fredo over here into the side. Yo, I am correct, even though the camera is actually inverted. But yeah, jokes aside, Fredo, welcome back into the casting desk.
Yep, we are here with full energy, casting since 7 p.m. And here we are, 11:30, 4 hours, 30 minutes into our job. And no breaks yet, no lunch breaks, no dinner breaks. And here we are, casting our last match of the night. Of course, it's an honor to be casting for LCF as they are introduced into the Nerd for the first time, of course. And of course, it's going to be MAAF who is going to play against them. And just a small behind the scenes news. In the beginning of the invitation, MAAF was not really ready because their lineup was not ready. But, by the time, the finalization came for Nerd 3, they were probably ready with a new lineup. So we could be seeing some new faces this time in Team MAAF. And with that being said, bans already taking place. And we did see Mr. Error, of course, the head, the leader of the main man behind LCF. He was in the live stream looking at other teams, play. So observing everything and, trying to make plans for his team as well. So yeah, that's how a leader should be, Ray.
But the whole team, one of the things we've, if you guys don't know, in Mythic Showdown, we held a podcast for the champions. And in that one, obviously, it was LCF. And LCF has actually told me time and time again that the one that is responsible for doing their draft is actually NT, and the second is Asuna. And the rest of the members also put in their input. They joked about it that their input is basically Jo lena hai le lo. But I do think their input does matter. But all of the members, it's pretty nice that they all agree that NT is the one calling the shots for the draft as well as the engages. So huge shout out to NT for actually, if he's the one doing the draft and calling the shots, he's doing a really good damn job because he has been able to win multiple of the tournaments. Mythic Showdown Season 1, as well as the fact that also they won the LAN tournament as well, which was held in Mizoram. And right now they're here to take, obviously, their eyes dead set on the prize of 50,000 cash prize as well. And if it was completely 60, they would have taken it for they would have aimed at 2. But yeah, jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, we're keeping it 10,000 for the underdogs. That's the whole thing of this format, right? We want to make sure the underdogs are also appreciated. Who are playing matches every day, ladies and gentlemen. 256 underdog teams fighting neck to neck, night to night. They're going to be fighting every day. And our referees are doing a great job. But anyways, let's focus into the present. That is LCF versus MAAF. And the draft, the bans are almost done. Let's see what's going to be the first pick. LCF, are they going to be bringing something interesting? What do you think, Fredo?
Yeah, they could. If you look at the options that remain open, there does not seem to be any sort of prio picks so far, except maybe if they want to go for the Ruby. But okay, they're very confident in picking up the Fredrin as a jungler first. It could be because the enemy might be, MAAF. They might have a jungler who is more of a utility, more of an assassin user, and Fredrin is just direct counter for that.
It is pretty funny that tonight we've had too many Fredrins and we have also too many Zushians. Really good combination. Jokes aside though, a Fredrin first pick is actually kind of... I have to check the patch notes completely. I did check the Roger and stuff, all those stuff, as well as the Ruby and the Grok revamp. I read it out on theory. I haven't played it yet. But hey, Grok is banned for the first week of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're looking for some Grook action, it's not going to be for the first week. But yeah, jokes aside, Fredrin first pick, I do think that's a very bold and risky move, but hey, it's LCF. They're one of the teams that has a consistent performance, so I do look forward to that. And if you're wondering, hey, what is the LCF glaze? It's not glaze, it's facts. When a team is performing so good, at that point, it's not a glazing, it's facts. And LCF is one of the teams that definitely do receive it. MAAF, though, it's kind of sad. I'm not going to be seeing Duba. He's one of my favorite players from MAAF. Your mom as well, of course. Your mom is my favorite, but...
Maniac with the Uranus.
Yeah. Maniac with Uranus.
Do not forget that.
But Duba is one of those players that, honestly, I'm going to be honest, he's not maybe the most flashiest of like Radium or Stark TZ. Maybe he's not the gold standard of India like how Kyle was, in those seasons. But he's one of those gold laners that is super duper fast. I once saw that guy change items while he was knocked up mid-air. How do you do that? I'm not sure.
Okay.
My eyes did not lie. Yeah, knocked up mid-air, changing items. Bro is Kyrie for real. Jokes aside, again, I do get shifted a little bit because jokes is what keeps us happy. But anyways, looking at the bans and everything, making good use of Zetian is pretty hard, Fredo. I'm going to be honest, even in MSC, her performance was disappointing, not in the sense that she's a bad hero. She is very situational. But if we can make it work, she's a full package. Look at it, for support, basically. She's not exactly a mage. She's a support mage. Because what do you get when you use her ultimate? Vision, speed, and also the damage and stun. That's all the traits of a support, right?
Yep.
That's the thing. But you need to coordinate it. If you just ult for no reason, it's just a waste. So I'm looking forward. LCF might just be able to make it good use. Let's see. But yeah, that's about it from me. What do you think so far? The draft. Akai, Fredrin, Zetian, Zushin.
Overall, just team fight, right? Everyone, they're all here for team fight. It just seems to be the case. Bad thing here for MAAF, though, is that they have decided to go for a Granger, and the enemy has picked up a Irithel. So yeah, that is not something that you want to see, especially in the high professional level games, because we all know the Irithel is a direct counter for the Granger, and right now the situation that MAAF has put themselves in, the Granger will not be having an easy time in the laning. So yeah, let's see if the Granger can actually outplay the Irithel or not. Yeah, we'll find it out later. But for now, into the second phase of the draft.
Direct counter? That's
counter.
Interesting. That's because Angela gets immediately countered out by the, obviously. A very extremely bold move. What is this? An Alice EXP against the Esmeralda? Maybe, because I don't think Akai EXP is gonna work out in any possible way. They can't go for Angela mid lane either because there's the Zushin. Unless Zushin EXP? Something that happened in MSC? Not sure about it either. It's a very mixed up composition that I do like the taste of it. I do like what they're cooking. But is the food gonna be servable on a plate? That's the main question. Because I'm a little bit confused.
I do feel like, the Akai is good enough to be sent to the EXP lane as well. So
against the Esmeralda?
Against the Esmeralda? Yeah, I think because the Akai does not at least lose out because he does have a lot of HP to kind of sustain out the team fights. Okay, the Esmeralda will definitely win in the long-term trades, but he just has to clear his minions and, try to rotate for the team fights.
But yeah, looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading back into the game, of course. And MAAF has spies. Interesting. I actually was not able to see it because, of course, it's a little bit too small for me. But Pies is making a little bit of a presence in MAAF. I think a few people know who Pies is, but for who doesn't, Fredo will introduce him later. But anyways, with the draft already done, LCF, NT, Stark TZ, is that? Yep, Stark TZ, Moj. That's a nice name that Sir Armund decided to go for. LP and Rudius. They make their debut tonight on the platform for War Drum Games Nerd 3.0. And ladies and gentlemen, we're in the land of dawn, and we're going to be witnessing this best of 3 series round robin match. The winner will get the points based on the victories. A clean sweep gets 3 points, not a clean sweep gets 2 points, and losses obviously gets you 1 or 0 pointers. But anyways, let's see which one walks out with the win. And to casting this, myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Fredo. And Fredo, would you like to introduce whose Pies is for anybody who's not aware?
Well, if you're not aware of who Pies is, you have probably started playing this game after lockdown. Well, anyways, and if you do know who Pies is, well, congratulations, you have been part of this community for a long, long time.
Veteran.
Yep, you are a veteran. So yeah, Pies is one of those top global players who has been on the top global ranking when India was once known on the global stage, at least by the community of this game. Because Evil Esports, they were holding the top 6 ranks in the rank leaderboards, and that's not something that you see every day, right? So yeah, of course, everyone respected them at that point. But there was one guy who decided to challenge the throne, and it was none other than Mr. Apex. And yep, Sap Dragon, their squad. Wow, just reminding me of those days. But yeah, let's come back to reality. Right now, it's LCF era. It's LCF era.
Absolutely. But anyways, let's look at the game. Right now, we can clearly see not much different just yet, but Yo Mom really suffering the casualties. And first blood immediately with basically not much effort. I was right, so they do send Yo Mom on EXP lane, and I mean with the Alice EXP lane, and she's going to be struggling a lot. And
yep.
Abhi is playing obviously Asuna over here playing really great, but overall looks like a possible engage coming in. Akai though.
That was way too much, done there by the Angela and Akai. And Anti was there to pounce on any sort of mistakes that they make, but luckily they didn't overcome it. And Yo Mom does get the level 4 by taking those mid lane minions, and the trade did happen. And look at that, Zushin trying to arrive, through a back line, but is it enough? Let's see, Retribution battle coming in really soon. Who wins it? Oh, it will be Godspeed who wins that. No, it won't be Sarah Moon. And there it comes. Everything has been used here. Yo Mom getting taken down twice. The Zushin trying to keep enemy at bay will be able to do so, but they might lose this red buff.
Losing out of resources like this already into the early game. Oh, look at that. The Angela. You discussed it, right? Okay, it was in a different game. But yeah, Florin and Angela thing, right? You told me that Angela, the delay. And the delay kind of did kill the unfortunate Akai 29 Godspeed over here. But with that into table, 3-0 LCF is up for the competition. And they are making their noise. They are making their drums heard in War Drum. Pretty funny. But yeah,
exactly.
3-0 score. Not much goal lead just yet into the table, but a very impressive one considering it's only been 3 minutes. 1,000 into the hands of LCF, and they have also gotten the turtle. The most likely the next one is going to be coming up pretty soon as well. Look at the aggression that's coming in. They force Crimson Beacon so fast from the hands of Senju. A fun fact, by the way, LCF really respects Senju too, by the way, like Asuna himself, if I'm not wrong.
And now the one who is getting taunted is Godspeed on the Akai. Senju once again getting poked down, and that is exactly how you want to use Zeshian as a mage when you play it, because look at that. Poking, and then trying to go in for the, opening up the place possible for your EXP learner, for your jungler. And look at that, Abhi playing a very good job in this entire match so far, providing the utility. And seems like fight might be breaking out. PYZ though, really careful because he understands this is a losing lane game. So he just has to play it safe and try to get those minions cleared.
Nothing much into the table, right? Because they are playing a little bit reserved. I don't disrespect it because, of course, playing reserved is good. But when there's so much aggression, it's actually kind of good to try to get it in the sense. I mean, basically, when they're so aggressive, try to make them commit mistakes. I feel like that's when you can get the advantage. But look at that. Chenju, each time around, forced to use the Crimson Beacon. But mid lane, we might just see a possible engage coming in. Look at that, Fredo.
I don't think your mom is tanky enough to be taking hits from 4 members. Oh, but seems like there comes the heavy spin. Very, very good heavy spin being used here, and that will be the mistake that they will make. But your mom will still get punished. And there comes Esmeralda. That is what LCF does. They pounce on the mistakes that you make. They convert losing fights into the winning ones. And that is why they have been able to capitalize on the fight that they just lost out just by a little bit.
One kill into the hands of MAAF. Is it going to be enough? I'm not really sure about it, but they do have 1 items into the hands of course, Spice, and he's going to be building towards the Sky Piercer as well, trying to get something 0-1 score for a goal laner. I know it's not the most impressive, but one thing is good. He's not getting taken down either, and that is a positive thing considering they are pretty behind because the rest of the members, they're struggling, especially Yo Mom, who already has 3 deaths. Getting taken down 3 times is not looking good for Yo Mom, and not to mention Godspeed as well, twice. Both of these members, they are taking a lot of hits to the face. Look at Yo Mom, not able to take any of the arrows to the face, but look at that, the Hylos comes in.
Look at the flanks that LCF is doing right now. This is actually the way we see pro players playing because these guys, they know the flank angles. They know that the enemy will come in from behind. So they go all in. 5 members down in the bottom side, taking down Shenzhou. Rudius gets taken down once again, but that's exactly what a Rome is supposed to be doing. Anti gets taken down though, and into the hands of Pies goes 2 kills. Didn't I tell you this guy's legendary?
That is insane. For a second, I actually had to process like, what? His team is behind. How did he do that? That is some impressive work, but look at the aggression that's coming in. Pies, relentless.
Yo Mom, Vengeance being popped out, still trying to get it in though. And it seems like it should be the right time to disengage, but that is exactly what the Fredjin was looking for. He brought them out way too much outside. But yeah, Stark is aware of the fact that there is danger coming in because it did, they did spend a lot of time in that bottom lane. The enemy is also aware. But yeah, the Shenzhou does see an angle here. Abhi is completely aware of the presence of that Zushin. Once again, Crimson Beacon being forced out, and the Glorious Pathway has been laid down as well. Zoning is pretty good. Let's see who gets this turtle. Oh my god, Godspeed once again. This guy has been doing a phenomenal job using that heavy spin to zone away the members of LCF and take that turtle. But coming in is Anti with that Esmeralda. The Falling Star Moon has finally fell, and Shenzhou will be the one falling down first. Madara as well getting taken down. Things not looking good here for MAAF in the first match.
They're trying. That's what I will definitely say. But it's just not working out because I feel like the draft is a little bit a mixed up of a lot of elements that do not work out well the best. This in theory could work against some certain teams, but it's very situational. Right now, the main focus is obviously making sure that Pies has most of the farm and he's able to do the most of the heavy lifting. But at the same time, you have to consider that if they want to make a clapback, that Akai cannot just serve as, a kind of a disengage. They need engage. They need either NT or they need Saktizi on a really good pin down. If that's not going to be happening, they're going to be suffering quite a bit. Not to mention, so far, Abhi has been doing a phenomenal job, of course, on the Zetian and a possible top lane engage coming in. Look at that. Yo Mom going in inside 3 people.
Oh, they're just trying to defend this turret, it seems. But it seems like, engage has finally been forced out by the Akai. Wrong member, though, takes a lot of hits. And with that, Zacian coming in with the ultimate. Really good play there. And trying to flicker away is the Angela. Might get taken down, though. Actually, it's not the Angela. It's actually the Zushin who gets taken down. And with that, they lose 1 member, even though they tried to engage first. And yeah, one thing that I forgot to just talk about, and even you, Ray, is that the side of MAAF is actually farm dependent, because even the Alice does not really perform well if she doesn't have those items. So it's not just the goal lane which needs a lot of farm. In the case of MAAF, it's even the EXP lane that needs farm. So it's a very farm reliant composition, and the fact that they are behind is not helping that they have an Alice and a Granger as their side laners. So yeah, looking like a very difficult game for MAAF.
Absolutely, you're actually really pointing out something, but look at that, another engage. They're not letting us breathe.
Oh my god, look at that engage coming in. Zacian uses the ult as well, but it is not enough. But yeah, look at that. Pies gets taken down. Finally, the guy who was trying to carry the game is getting taken down. Things are not looking good for MAAF. It's bad news, as Yomo might fall as well inside their own turret. Look at Anti surviving through everything, using the Vengeance as well. But is it enough? No, it's not. Oh, it's not actually the vengeance. It's actually the shield that looks like a vengeance. But yeah, whatever. My bad. I'm a poor guy. I'm not really aware about these skins of skill effects, you know. But yeah, confused me for a
Self
moment.
burn, self burn. Those are rare. But yeah, jokes aside, the Fury of the Phoenix has just been so like it's been used really well in. Anytime that the side of LCF gets in those sticky positions, Zetian comes in as the anti-glue. That is funny because they have anti. But yeah, jokes aside, it's really impressive. Zetian, anytime an engage could go wrong, there comes the Fury of the Phoenix, and the ultimate gives a movement speed for them to reposition so well. It is good job from AP. They're using it as how it's supposed to be, as a support, but still maintaining the amount of aggression as well as advantage of the Lord. Advantage of the aggression and the goal lead that they have on their side. And I can tell you one thing is that what do you say again? I can't find a proper word, bro. But yeah, I might be lost in sentences, but right now MAAF is kind of lost in translations, lost in the sense that what do they need? They are trying to do, but just like you mentioned, their EXP lane needs a farm, their mid lane needs farm, their damage dealer ADC needs farm, their jungler also kind of needs farm. All of their members are so reliant on gating the itemization that nobody's actually able to step up to being on the back end. But anyways, look at that, the another engage coming in.
Diving in. Oh, Yo Mom decides to go in, but can he sustain 4 members? No, he can't. He'll be getting taken down by a B. And goes down the Angela as well. People are bursting down. LCF is bursting down the members of MAAF. The only one surviving might be the Akai, but even he goes down as well. Base crashing in. Easy game here for LCF to finish the first one in a sweeping way.
A pretty fast-paced and a pretty little bit of a one-sided game we have tonight, ladies and gentlemen, because of course LCF has been pretty ruthless with how, like, I would say they played a very dominant fashion. They had something in their mind, but at the same time, I'm going to be honest with you, this game was very reserved. We did not have mind-breaking team fights because of one simple thing. LCF played a very objective-focused game. Get the turtle, get the lord, get a few targets in, and just play a reserve play because they have a mage that excels in disengaging the best. Anytime MAAF could have engaged, Zetian comes in with the Fury of the Phoenix and obviously the first skill as well, the Empress Call, and you just push back the opponents because obviously they can't come close. Not to mention, Gentian is basically a small Melissa ultimate. You get close to her, she will push you back. That's one of the main thing that really sold out Yo Mom from the game because he could not get close to the mid laner. If you can't get close to the mid laner as an EXP laner, it's really bad for you because as an EXP laner, your main goal is to try to flank the mid lane of your opposing team. Try to flank the jungle. You can't go for Moji here. Sarad Moon basically on Fredrin, and he can't go for Abhi either. So what option can he do? Stark TZ? That's an Irithel. You can't catch an Irithel with an Alice, right? You have only one teleport, and because of it, their EXP laner's presence was heavily diminished. And once this is an EXP lane meta, once your EXP lane is underperforming, your jungle is going to underperform, your gold lanes aren't going to be getting the space, your mid laner will get flanked out very heavily, and it did. And ultimately, we got the result in. But yeah, that's about it for game number 1. I do look forward to game number 2, though. Maybe they're testing the waters. But hey, this is just day 1. This is just the start of the journey. We still have 6 more days, back to back. So many best of 3 series, so many matches on table. So what do you say? I won't be surprised if they do improve further on. I mean, even the casters are a little bit rusty, right? Because it's been a while since we're back on the stage, guys. Finally, Nerd 3.0 in the making for a long while. We're finally back. Hey, you're not rusty. Don't worry about it. You're doing fine, Mike. You're doing fine. But yeah, jokes aside, LCF versus MAAF, it is looking a little bit one-sided. So I do hope MAAF, they can step it up a little bit. I am upset that I can't see Duba, but hey, Pies is definitely a welcome addition. LCF top of the game as usual. But this is one thing, Fredo. When there's champions, Tartarus was one of the longest running champions, right? We've had, after ABM, it was Tartarus. And then, right now, we are back again with LCF. and I'm looking forward to the next team that can take it out, right? And not in the sense that I love LCF. I don't want them to lose, but I always looking forward to the next champion because it's always nice. It's how competitions stay alive when you have someone that comes strong and obviously gives a proper equal. What's the word for takkar? Like in Hindi you said
Fight? You can just say fight.
yeah, you can say
Competition.
fight. Competition. There's actually a proper word. I'll find it. There's even a
Okay.
more advanced word. I gotta go Oxford Dictionary mode on it. But yeah, I will update you on it. But anyways, game number 2 coming
Okay.
pretty soon. And what do you think, Fredo? The draft, MAAF, what could they have done better? I think the obvious one, your mom needs better EXP lane.
Yeah, I mean, see, he plays the EXP sustain type of, but see the kind of picks that he usually does. He tries to go for you. He is one of his most signature picks is Uranus, of course. But we did see that the Uranus got banned because I mean LCF knows that this guy is a really good Uranus player. So they just banned out his Uranus, and after that, it was just your mom not being able to figure out what else he should play. I mean, he could have went for the Phobias as well. There were so many other options, but it does seem like he's not really comfortable playing those heroes. So he went with something that is comfortable, which is the Alice. But now, if you're going for an Alice, you do need a lot of farm, and that is exactly what the LCF denied him for, trying to go and shut him down early on so that he does not really get that advantage in terms of farm. And I mean, bro, you're going up against the best EXP laner that our country has. So you have to be really careful.
No competition about it. I mean, take what do you say? Like best basketball players.
Take my money. Yeah, take my money.
Take my money too. But best basketball players, best football players. Even a person who doesn't watch those competition, they can know who's the best by the number of wins they have. It's easy, right? The ones who has most wins, he's just better. There's a reason why he's getting those wins. And NT is one of those EXP laners that has been consistently from the last year, 2024's December, has been getting the most wins as an EXP laner. It's one of the most consistent, not to mention the fact that LCF has mentioned again and again that NT is the whole reason that their draft is as strong as it is, because he's the one calling in the shots. Rest of the members have their inputs, that is amazing, but the one calling the shots, he is very strong. Because I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of the Indian teams, and hey, if anybody, any clip or anything is listening, I'm going to be honest with you guys, a lot of the Indian teams cannot handle pressure, they fumble, they mess up the draft, and sometimes they mess up to lead. And I don't blame you. Playing so many matches, stressful life, match can be stressful, you can be tilted, and obviously esports in India hasn't grown into a stage where it's a career, you're not getting money. Obviously you get money when you win and you're not winning everyone, so you get stress, you kind of get into a position where you're kind of struggling. And he's one of those ones that has been consistent, and we can't disagree with the fact wins means you're good. Of course you disagree on that, but statistics do not lie, do they? But I'm just waiting. Maybe there's a better EXP laner, and I do hope they step it up. I mean, we do have Romcom was one of them.
Yep.
And I'm looking. Romcom was one of the impressive ones with a lot of style. We've also had, of course, recently Mirio has been coming back into the scene with IGN, right? He has been doing a good stellar performance, and we've also had other EXP laners. Who else was it? 27.
Legend from ET.
Yeah, 27 was very consistent. Lately, he has been struggling, but with Crux Requiem, perhaps a new calling awaits him. We'd love to see, right? But yeah,
and an IGN change might give him some buff.
IGN change. But one thing is for sure, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be honest, is the fact that this is not just a game, it's a test of your mental strength and everything. I'm just specifying it at late at night because it just clicked into me. And it's just nice to talk about it because, of course,
late night, 12 a.m. casting, and of course, everyone who's watching right now are Indians. We should be asleep, but we are awake right now. Everyone is watching the match, and of course, gamers stay awake at night.
Thanks to everyone who's watching.
12 a.m. in the morning, actually. It's technically the next day already, but we're still here doing things that require, of course, it goes
LCF
beyond.
do have weaknesses, though. LCF do have weaknesses, and I'm not gonna point it out that much. I feel like teams figuring out is so much better. Like instead of someone saying like, "Hey, they have this weakness," I think if they figure it out, it's gonna be so natural. But if you just want to know one of the weaknesses, it's the fact that LCF also has a drafting issue in the sense that they can be confused too. NT, yes, he's a good guy. He maintains pressure. He maintains his leadership even during stressful moments. But they can also fumble in the draft. And you can make it that happen when you leave out 2 important heroes, or if your heroes are very signature and they have to ban it out. And if they don't, I mean, if you have multiple signature heroes, basically, Fredo, if you have 5 extremely strong heroes, there's only 3 bans. That's one of the weaknesses of actually LCF. They can also fumble in the draft if your hero pool is so vast and you're so strong. You're basically better. You're basically better to the point that LCF has to ban out your heroes, and that's when LCF kind of chokes in. Other than execution is obviously, it is, I would say, 30% luck, 40% execution, your own, and then 20% is what happens in the game, because it's all based on a few chances. Maybe you missed a skill, boom, you're dead. Maybe you did not miss a skill, you got the kill, right? So yeah, there's a lot of things actually, and I think it would be kind of really, really nice to talk about it forward, because I'm looking forward, because one thing is for sure, LCF is one of the teams right now, they are not, yes, they did not win Nerd. The last one was of course Zohunt. I'm looking forward to them as well, of course, their matches against LCF, but what is it again?
Let's talk about the draft, Ray. It's too late.
No, I'm ignoring the draft for one simple reason. I actually wanted to move to the second phase of the ban. So far, if you want to talk about the draft, nothing out of surprising. What do you think? It's all good.
I mean, see, we all know that Anti is the best EXP laner, but look at the ban section of LCF. They've banned out the Uranus once again. That's the kind of respect and fear.
There you go.
Oh,
this is about it. This is about it. Good point.
Yep.
Good point.
I mean, look at that. The kind of respect that LCF have to give to Mr. Yomom, because they know that this guy, if we give him the Uranus, it does not matter what else we pick up. We know that he will find a way to do something with this Uranus.
And then exactly, this is a huge thing for Yomom as well. His Uranus, a hero that is sounds very, what do you say? Sounds kind of weak. What does he do? Heal. That's what he does. Heal. On the paper, that's so weak, right? But he is able to pull up miracles. And I feel like Yomom getting respected from not just LCF. Okay, it's not an LCF thing. Every team play against MAAF ban out Uranus. They have decided. Uranus. And this was before the buff.
Yep.
That's actually one of the cool factors. I would definitely say if India ever has let's say the best user for a hero, undoubtedly there's no one better than Yomom on Uranus. There's just no way. This guy played Uranus when he was not even buffed, not even meta. People did not even know Uranus was getting buffed in advanced server. That is just insane. How did this guy foresee Uranus is gonna be OP in some future, and also got a maniac? How do you make that happen? Yomom is also might not be the best EXP leader, easily the best Indian Uranus.
Yep. Easily the best Indian Uranus, and the amount of respect that he has been getting right now just shows us that fact. And now coming to the draft, finally we see LCF picking up their damage dealers first. Even the Bakshia is a very good first pick, considering he's going to be going into the Rome, probably EXP. I doubt it, but yeah, probably the Rome. So yeah, it's good first phase draft from both sides. They have locked in heroes that they are comfortable with. The Granger is definitely going to win in the laning phase, but Moscow will definitely try to go for split. And for that split, we do see that they have the Hayabusa who might try, and along with that, Bakshi as well. Good mobility to try and catch up to the Moscow who might try to escape. So yeah, it's good draft going on so far, but I feel like LCF still have the upper hand because of this Bakshia.
I think having the Bakshia already negates the fact that Kalia's heals are not going to be on the table, right? Because Kalia's heals are not exactly the biggest thing. Yes, it's good. Something like akin to a Rafaela. Not like, what do you say, Florian, right? So already the heal is not that much. And this Bakshia is just going to make it even 50% below. Combine it with the dominant size and you have 70% anti-heal, and that basically shuts down Kalia's sustainability by massive margin. So this Bakshia, just like you mentioned, insane value. On the other hand, though, we have to consider is the fact they do have the Zushin, and that's where the problem kind of runs in. They picked up the first pick Zushin, but they did not consider on the fact that LCF, they are also a team that can go assassin. Sarar Moon is also one of those junglers and top in the list with Joseph from, of course, Crux Requiem right now, and of course other junglers as well. Of course, Dusty Misa, we got a shout out to him. But yeah, LCF, they also have a user who does Hayabusa. Zushin's one of the main weaknesses are heroes that are immune. She cannot target. She cannot pick it up with the Lantern Flare. And it's basically the Hayabusa. And right now, even the Khadija, that's 2 immune burst assassins that the Zushin has to watch out for. I'm one of her biggest sims, and that's why I know what her weaknesses are. And right now, the Zushin getting weakened. Kalia most likely gonna go into the roaming position, so their roamer is also weakened. Badang is actually very valuable here. He might be basically the beacon of initiation that they have, with one good fisting stun that could come in from the fist crack. I do think they do stand a chance, but Julian is a little bit of an odd choice, though. I'm gonna be honest. The new skin, though, might give him a little bit of a buff, motivational buff, Meowkin.
Yep, new skin buff might happen. What I'm really, really concerned about right now is the draft, of course, once again. Julian in this economy, okay. Just kidding. But yeah, Julian does work. He does have that enhanced kite or enhanced sword form, lot of damage, and of course the immune factor comes in as well. But will it work here? We'll find out really soon. Godspeed, though, I mean, he did a pretty good job with that Akai, zoning away the members of LCF, actually forcing Sarar Moon out of the zone of that, retribution. And that's why he was able to secure those objectives quite a few times. But yeah, that's still not enough, because the EXP laner needs to show up. This time around, we're going to see Yo Mom on the Badang, and Badang as a hero itself is actually very good. So let's see if he's able to use those setups or not. Of course, LCF do have the momentum being carried from the last game, but is that momentum enough to make them have a clean sweep over MAAF, or will MAAF try to turn the tables this time around? We'll find out in the Land of Dawn, the second match of the night between MAAF and LCF. And the game has rolled, and action has already begun in the mid lane.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, just like Fredo mentioned, it's Land of Dawn, and it's game number 2, best of 3 series. And already so much poke. What's happening? Full on brawl out in the mid lane between the mage and the roamer. But either of them are not gonna die. Just watch. Yeah, they're just gonna go back. Zushin is gonna try, but Hayabusa not level 4 yet though. A lot of poking all around. Bells wasted out, but MAAF still has those flickers.
Look at Abhi. Abhi was not able to get that level 2, and that's exactly what happened in the last game. Shenzhou, he was the one getting forced out, but this time around, Abhi is the one getting forced by Shenzhou. Yeah, this time let's see Anti though. He still gets it. This guy is so naughty, and your mom will be really angry on him, of course. But yeah,
Hilda.
That's doing a pretty good job here. Both these guys. I mean, Badang can rotate well. So can Hilda. Both have good enough rotation speed. So yeah, it's a good matchup in the EXP lane. Both have shields as well. A lot of healing, a lot of sustain. So yeah, it's going to be an even matchup in the EXP lane.
I think one of the main thing is the damage that's going to be coming in, obviously, from the Granger and the Moskov. That's like the obvious thing. But in the team fights, of course, Yomom as well as Madala over here, they have good amount of crowd control, but the difference it's going to be making is the fact that the Purify under the hands of Sarktizi will make sure he's not that easily targetable. So they need to coordinate their crowd control much better, because they have a chance to take down Sarktizi if Badang can bait out the Purify from the hands of Sark, right? Once that happens, Kalia has to go in for a flicker combination with the Tsunami Slam, and they can immediately shut him down no matter the kill streak. But it has to be done. But look at that, the damage, the poke. Badang might just fall. First blood? No. A flicker play and the fist crack is baited out. But the heals, though, they are coming in clutch. He does not retreat.
Look at Anti doing exactly what he's supposed to do, baiting out the enemy, taking him away, taking everyone away actually. And that's exactly what he was supposed to do, and he's doing now. But look at
God.
He using that moment to try and position himself well, getting that first blood onto Godspeed. And now they come in for the fight once again. One more might fall down. MAAF. There comes the Oogie Shadow kill. A lot of damage being placed down here. picked up and thrown away. Will be anti by the Phantom Flare. Abi tries to get away. But there comes the flicker. Oh! Just a narrow bit of escape. Rudius picks up the scraps here, getting the kill onto Madara. And now he will be the one to fall as well into the hands of Shenzu. But as long as the guy called Mo Jihei, of course, it's Sailor Moon. As long as he stays alive, of course, the game is on for LCF.
I think one of the interesting factors of that team fight was obviously we were able to see the distraction. I do think MAAF was I think they should have seen it coming. Anti was just distracting. The turtle was right on the table, and Julian got distracted. And immediately, when you get distracted, the fish will make sure you drown in the waters. And that's what happened because, of course, Abi over here was just petrified combo. Boom. The Julian was gone. The turtle was done. And right now, look at the bottom lane. Another engage. 29 Godspeed. He's getting clapped by a fish.
Yep, he's getting clapped by a fish. That's not something that you want to hear, of course. But now, once again, another clap might be coming in by the fish, this time on another lady, actually. And it is the Sakura-chan who will be falling this time. Madara. Oh my god, that was a good one from Shenzu, but the damage still not enough as it will be... Oh, Flicker to save the day for Pies as he was able to escape, but that was a narrow escape. Anti this time around is again here. And look at LCF completely dominating the game in terms of macro. There is nothing that MAAF can do about it. But okay, Rudius might be a little bit too much without the damage dealers. Nice backup from the teammates of LCF, but seems like a pause has been requested here. And that's why a pause will be given. But yeah, that was good stuff happening from both sides. MAAF did make a clap back finally, but do you think it's actually enough?
I think the Barang is obviously the main crucial, the catalyst of this game. And it all boils down to his engages. Because if he's able to bait out the Granger, there needs to be the communication that, hey, Kalia, Granger does not have the flicker, the Purify, so why not go in for a Tsunami Slam, right? That's how they can need to communicate. They can take out any of the members that they want to. So it's going to really, really be interesting what strategy they have in their mind. But we'll have to wait out and see what's the result. But what was it again? What? Oh, yeah. I also like the fact that there's Kalia on one side and there's Kadita on the other side. It's fish on fish violence. It's pretty funny. But yeah, technically Mermaid and Fish Lady. Technically both are mermaid because both are like semi-human, right? But yeah, looks like we are seeing a pause. Hopefully they can figure out a technical pause. Hey, maybe it's because it's past 12 p.m. and their recharges are resetting. Just a guess.
That's good. That's a very good guess, actually.
But yeah, back into the action. Look at that, Fredo.
Yep, seems like we're finally back into the action once again after MAAF getting a clap back. Abhi might be trying to get one more. Tenzu. It will be the lethal ignition to seal the deal there for Shenzu as he will be taken down. Yo Mom arriving to the scene, Madara and Godspeed as well. Just one member missing and it will be the Bakshia, but of course he is on JK Tire, so he'll be arriving very soon.
JK Tire, why not C at, because look at that C at the bottom.
I have to commend one thing though. MAAF has done a pretty good job, especially Godspeed on that retribution because he has been winning those turtle fights. But of course, when it comes to Lord, LCF is completely ready to zone him away. So yeah, that time he does not get the chance. But right now, Pies will be unlucky because Abhi is aware of his positionings, getting one more pick off there. And with that, things not looking good here at all for Team MAAF as they are losing members. Yo Mom doesn't want to be taking that fight. Does have the flicker to get away, but the Tsunami Slam comes in. It might be enough to take down Rudius as he will fall. The Bakshia has fallen down.
It is crazy work over here. I'm just gonna be like honest. It is insane that the side of 29 Godspeed was able to take the turtle out of the under the noses, but at the same time, the turtle was not able to create much of an impact. Looking at the items, Moskov only just got his first item while the Grange is building towards his third, and that's most likely going to be the Malefic Roar. I think Malefic Roar. It should be the Malefic Roar to get the penetration, of course. But 5 to 10 score, basically twice as much kills into the gold pit. Oh, what's happening though? Into the top lane, Hayabusa. Maybe.
This might be a mistake happening here, but will they be able to capitalize on it? Seems like Your Mom is going alone. PYZ might be also trying to go in. And there comes the stun. And will that be enough? 1 HP to survive. Sarah Moon very, very lucky there. But Pies will not be so lucky. And so will Your Mom, as they will be getting taken down. Madara move 2v1. But how long can he survive? It's Rudius coming in. And with that, the emotional support that Shenzu arrived to give him was not enough, as he might be getting taken down as well.
Oh, Senju is clapping back but bottom lane, the whole side of MAAF has to retreat. But yeah, Senju was able to clap back, win out on 1 versus 2. But into the bottom lane, what's happening? Your Mom will get bursted out, Fredo.
3v2 happening, and it will be Stark TZ getting 2 actually. But okay, it will not be Stark TZ, but instead it will be Anti getting the kill. And here comes, but PYZ, he does not want to go in because he knows Anti is around, and the Granger still has that Purify. So yeah, it's not a wise decision to go in. Does try to avoid that one. And the last turtle of the game is up. And will MAAF try to go and engage for it? I do not think that's a wise choice. And I feel like the Granger is probably way ahead right now in terms of farm as well, because look at that, he's not even died once.
Level 11 for a reason, but oh, look at the Kalia. Maybe? No, the Purify was there. It was miscommunicated. They perhaps thought the Purify has already been used, and they just used up a Flicker Tsunami Slam combo of 120 seconds wasted on a futile attempt. But oh, Kadita has to retreat. But yeah, overall, no casualties in this engage. That was a good one. If only the Purify had already been used before.
Yep. Right now, all they have to do right now, Team MAAF, is just stay put. Do not make silly mistakes and try to send Pies to go and split push probably. Get a few kills when he's alone. Oh, this time around though, seems like Shenzu is very, very low. Will get taken down by a B once again, trying to assert dominance among the fishes. But yo, PYZ are trying to escape. Yes, we'll be able to do so. Uses the flicker as well. But now the rest of the members are getting caught. Your Mom is still there. Madara decides to go in actually. And Godspeed gets a kill out of nowhere, but it's not enough as he is surrounded by members of LCF. And it'll be a double kill for Stark. And with that, things are looking good once again for LCF, and MAAF will pay the price. And with that, they can definitely go for a push and maybe try to end the game. Get the Lord as well, probably. But okay.
Look at the damage.
Stark overstaying. This overstaying might not... Okay, actually look at that guy. He's on 516 stacks. Oh my god. And he's building on a BOD right now. Probably needs just 400 gold more.
2000, 1800, 2000. So how much is that? But oh, look at the damage. He finally gonna shut it down. Is this a Caster's curse?
Oh my god, we just mentioned how good he was playing and he got shut it down, and now there seems to be a clapback happening because of Badang's wall is helping the members. And look at PYZ. PYZ is free hitting. He's going for a double kill. He might be going in for a triple. The SOD misses, but he can still go in for the triple.
Oh
and
my
he gets
god.
that shut down. And with that, the overstay, the caster's curse is finally on. And PYZ is the one to get the blessing of it. And Abhi...
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Suddenly, the tides have shifted. The tables have turned. Any analogy you can bring out, you need to bring it. Abhi was looking for an angle, but I think that's not a good thing. Huh?
Oh, Abhi does immune that Tsunami Slam though, but will be... Oh my god! Let's see who gets that cap black this time around. It will be Stark Easy to come in and get that double kill. He picks up the BOD as well. So yep, this guy is going to deal a lot of damage now. And now things might have looked good for a single second, but it seems like things are looking in favor of LCF once again, because now they can go for the end and they do not have the Moskov. He will be arriving in 5 seconds, and that should be enough time
10
to
minutes?
try.
It's only been 10 minutes, but it feels like it's been 20. Not because this game feels very long. Because I did not expect the clock to still be 10 minutes. It honestly feels like it has been a long game. But overall, yeah, that was a very good engage from Pies. What's that? Purify.
But SOD, look at SOD. SOD from Pies comes into the backlines, and he'll be able to get down Stark Easy. And look at Pies, he's free hitting once again. Double kill for him. Can go in for a triple. But look at the mid lane. Look at the mid lane. The Hayabusa trying to clear those minions. Might be going in for a push, but decides not to, as the enemy is aware. And now, Pies literally trying to carry this game on his own, using that goal lane. Moskov, there it comes. Tsunami Slam. There it comes. The fist crack, fist wall. fist break, whatever you call it. Everything has been thrown at him. Abhi trying to escape, 1 HP, still trying to buy some time for the enemies, and with that, actually, they decide to let him go. Is it?
I think most likely it's what's. I mean, Senju was gonna get the kill anyway. He did not have any resources to respond back. But hey, LCF right now, they are raising concerns for themselves because hey, what's happening? Why does Pies have 5 kills? Why did he just get a triple kill before? They did get him shut it down, but Pies right now climbing back up. He's catching up. Level 13 in. Dark is level 14. A level difference from basically 3 to 4 of gap. So because of it, we can clearly see the side of 15 to 23 score. It's coming closer. And the more it stems closer, but oh, look at that. Conceal play though. They might not grogi.
Oh my god, this time around it was the Hayabusa who got picked up, but he did not get deleted. But this time it will be deleted. It will be Starkeys. He will be getting deleted. And into the backlines, BYZ dives in, but he did have the quad shadow kill. And that's why he will be able to survive that one. And it will be PYZ who will be getting taken down instead. And now things could have turned around because PYZ is not present. The damage dealer is not there. So they have to be careful. They're going all in on Shenzhou. Shenzhou decides to use the Crimson Beacon and he's still trying to survive. And finally they decide to back off. But Anti is still going in for Shenzhou. And there goes Kadita as well. Will be able to escape.
Good.
But into the backlines, there it goes, the Hayabusa. Trying to push down that mid lane. Always looking to try and do that split push. But yeah, without PYZ, it's not a wise decision for MAAF to fight, but do you think they'll do it right now? Because it could be the last lord of the game.
Without PYZ, they lose. It's 100%. But at the same time, they need PYZ on the far right lane because that's the only way they can go for an SOD combination. And I think LCF is well prepared because look at the positioning that Rudius as well as Anti is trying to do. They're trying to make sure that they take the, arrow to the face and Stark TZ has some space. But at the same time, Kadita is trying to eye either of them. Kadita, he knows that Moskov is there. He's just providing some vision. He can't go for an engage. He's just waiting. And so is Pies as well. It's a game of anticipation and
SOD.
just waiting for a chance. The SOD, does it come in? It does not just yet. It's going to be a game of wait.
Kadita is spotted now.
Yeah.
But they decide not to go in for the Kadita.
Did not connect. So this is actually a green signal. This is a green signal for LCF. I'm telling you because he doesn't have the SOD, can't go far lane. Look at the positioning. Automatically he's still a lord because he can't risk it. I would say they go in for us, perhaps a back push, and I think that's what he's trying to do. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Pies.
Might get instantly deleted, and yes, he does. Abhi does his job perfectly. Objective secured, and now it is unleashed the barrage for LCF as the marksman Stark TZ will decide to go in, and with that, everything has been used, and now they can decide to go for the final push. 2 members getting taken down, Godspeed and Pies, both of them went down, and unfortunately, seems like MAAF will not be able to go, take it to the third match because LCF will seal the deal in the second one, it seems.
Most likely gonna be happening because the inhibitor is already getting taken down. Sushin almost got bursted out of the map. The thing that really separates, I just want to point out a few things for Indian players as well. This is where macro comes in, ladies and gentlemen. Wave management. Many people say wave management just for pushing. No, if there was a minion wave there, Kadita could have been detected out. Yep. Great knowledge of the map, knowing that there was just no minion to provide any vision when he went through that. And because of it, he was so undetected. Pies was just not ready for a Kadita to come out of the bush that he just left. And he just got bursted out of it. It's not going to be helping. But look at the Lord though. Let's focus there because look at that, the HP.
They are trying to go in for a Hail Mary play, but this might not be enough because it's already Lord taken, but Abhi goes down and Pies as well. Pies taken down means it's trouble for MAAF because the rest of the members are just paper right now for Stark, and Stark just hitting all those bullets, getting that Rhapsody going, getting that Death Sonata flowing as well. And with that, Shenzhou trying to do something, trying to make something out of this play with the Crimson Beacon, but is it enough? The Immortality has been popped off as well, but it's 4v1 along with the Lord. It's 5v1 versus the Zushin. And it will be Stark TZ will seal the deal.
a great game, I would say. This was much better from the last one. It was not one-sided exactly. As soon as we reached that 15-minute mark, the game shifted a little bit. The game was starting to show into the favor of MAAF a few moments, especially those two crucial engages that happened later on. That's when we kind of saw the difference, that Pies was almost able to make a play for his team. It almost felt like there was a really great chance, considering the fact that they were able to shut down Stark TZ 3 times. He was on basically 0 deaths until 15 minutes. They had a solid chance to win out this series, or at least push it to a game 3. But unfortunately, once Pies was locked down, and the fact that Abhi had his eyes dead set on Pies, that's crazy.
Eyes on Pies, nice one.
Yeah. So I think that was one of the crucial things. It's not that MAAF played bad, but Abhi was able to manipulate the waves better. He just knew when to go in, and in that window, he just saw the prize and took it for his or Pies. And because of it, I think MAAF, though, from this game, they can learn a few things. The draft was decent. Julian is a little bit oddball, I would definitely say. Twin and Godspeed does a really good job at taking objectives, so I do think they need to find a little bit more of a comfortable player. Hero. They need to get a better one. I do think giving out the Hayabusa was kind of a bad mistake, because of course Sararmon, he's one of the assassin users in India who's actually ranked one of the top 3 easily, not even top 5, top 3 right now, especially coming after into LCF 2 victories under his name. So I do think they have to respect it. They have to make sure they do find a work around it. Julian is a decent option, but not the best option. When you're going against the best of the best, you got to pull out your rest. And
Yep.
I think that's about it for LCF and MAAF. And this was just day number 1. Honestly, it feels like it might just be the last one, because the matches were quite exciting for sure. But at the same time, we saw a lot of new things tonight. And I'm looking forward to what's entailing for the week that's coming in, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, that's it from my end, Fredo. What do you have anything before I close it off?
No, nothing, man. That was such a great day, of course, for all the teams that have played. Of course, we'll be excited to see the second day. Of course, the first day itself was such an exciting one. Yeah, this is just the beginning of what's next to come. So yeah, playoffs will get even more exciting. So yeah, that's all for tonight, I guess. And yeah, Team MAAF really did try. Pies did his best, but of course, man, gotta give credit to Abhi as well. I mean, that last play from the Kadita where she tried to go through the middle, it was actually risky, because even the Kadita is also not aware in which bush the Moskov could be. She took that risk. Yeah, it was a very gamble move, but it paid off. So gotta give credit to Abhi as well. Abhi did a phenomenal job on that Kadita. But yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of day 1 on Nerd Season 3. It will be Fredo and it will be Ray signing off. Good night.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Make sure you tune in.
Where is my target? Who served the light while working in the dark? Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? He serves the light while working in the dark.
Follow the bell across the river of oblivion.
Mercy to shepherd the world, wrath to quell the wicked.
Life? Death? I come and go as I please! Purging flame!